Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm your host, Craig Shapiro, macro strategist. It is May 15th. Beware the Ides of May, maybe. Joining us in studio, Chief Senior Economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai. How are you?
Good morning, all. Well, it is quite the morning, for certain.
Quick question for you. Is the Strait of Hormuz open yet?
Strait of Hormuz is still closed, day 76.
Oh, man. Well, quick look at futures this morning. S&P's down 80 handles to 74.45. NASDAQ down 1.5%. The Russell down 1.3%. The big story, bonds are weak. JGB yields, UK gilt yields, German bund yields, and 30-year yields really moving. The prior three making multi-decade highs. The dollar is rallying. Precious metals are getting crushed. Oil is bid. Shai, the news, what is going on this morning?
All right. So, well, it does feel like the bond's worst nightmare has kind of sprung to life this Friday and for the markets. Again, it is the velocity of this move down that's really affecting overall all the markets. We have oil prices again marching higher. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. As I have been warning, there's only so much supply shock that existing stock reserves can absorb before serious problems arise. And perhaps we are approaching that point now. OPEC monthly crude oil production numbers came out. They fell to a 5-year low in April. 18 of the 22 OPEC Plus members participating in the group's production deal recorded output below quota levels now for the 9th month. You got political dislocation in the UK, as you mentioned, political preference to hike rates or to moderate rate hikes in Japan. We got the long end of the JGB curve north of 4%, another high in gilts. So that is the big market mover. And then we had Trump and Xi have ended their meeting. Trump is on his way back to the United States. There are a few differences in the readouts. The White House readout highlighted economic cooperation, expanded market access for American business, and increased Chinese investment in U.S. industries. Of course, fentanyl precursor enforcement and Chinese purchases of U.S. farm goods. Now, the China readout put Taiwan at the center, saying that this was the most important issue in the U.S.-China relations and warning that mishandling of it could lead to clashes or conflict. The U.S. readout did not mention Taiwan at all, which kind of is a very big omission. And though Trump has been talking about how he has been speaking with Xi about Iran and cooperation in the Hormuz, nothing came of that, and China didn't even mention Iran by name in any of its public statements. So a little bit, just some differences there in those statements. And then we have, of course, Warsh gets to take over the Fed today. Powell's probably looking at markets saying, good luck with that this morning. Then we had Fed's Barr came out, said shrinking the balance sheet is the wrong objective. The assumption is that he was talking to, kind of speaking directly to Warsh, because Warsh had said that that was one of his biggest objectives, was to shrink the balance sheet. And then you also had Fed Williams saying there's no reason to raise or cut rates right now. And with that, last but not least, we have data this morning at 8:30 a.m. Empire Manufacturing, 9:15 a.m. We've got industrial production and cap utilization. So pretty quiet on the data docket, nothing market moving.
Still action-packed news and events overnight. A friend of mine who used to trade with when the bond market was on fire like this, he used to yell out in the room, "What's with the gyrations in the long bond?" And I think that seems like the big story today. Before we get to that, let's take a look at the daily lineup we have. Joining us to talk about markets this morning for the morning gap is the Pip Czar, Blake Morrow. Then we have a nice interview for the Future Spotlight with Craig Bewick from the CME. We'll get his perspective. Capital Preservation Fridays with PAX at 8:40, and then Midday Markets with XY, Chris, Stowe, and Lumi. So great panels today. A lot to discuss. Let's bring in Blake to talk about it all.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Tracy, great to see you as always. You're looking fabulous for this Friday, as you always do. Craig, good morning. Good to see you again after we just met yesterday. So good to see you again.
Absolutely. I know a little change of pace. Jimmy Cags is on assignment in Pittsburgh, hanging out with Stowe. We'll see. Maybe we'll get some info from Stowe about what actually happened last night or today when Jimmy's going to see him. But let's kick it off with the bond market here. We've been talking all week, and Deli's in the chat talking about it. He's been texting me about it from the road. At what point was the equity market going to wake up to the bond market moves? We had talked about we needed to see an acceleration in the yield move. Well, we're getting that now. We needed to get through expiry week. Well, we're here now. It's Friday expiry. That positive gamma positioning starts to get removed off the board at the open, and then increasingly through the day with single stocks coming off the board at the end of the day. And look, with the Trump-Xi meeting over, the thought that we could go back into Iran with elevated military strikes is rising again. And so you're seeing the reaction in markets with oil up, yields up, dollar up. And so, Blake, I'm curious, what are you seeing in the bond markets generally here, and how do you think it's going to impact trading today?
Well, I think Tracy, she put it. You put it perfectly. It's the break higher in yields, and it's the velocity that's moving. And I know, Craig, you just reiterated that as well. When you're looking at like a 30-year yield up over 1% right now and trading near 5.10, I mean that's where we get to it's going to start breaking crap. And you see the S&P. And by the way, I'm still looking at the SPOOs, and I still think that there's some downside before we even hit any intraday support. So from current levels, so I know what North American traders are thinking. As soon as they come in, I do the same thing because I see, oh my gosh, look what happened in Europe, and we got to start fading these moves, because it's moved so aggressively. But I still think there's a little bit of downside. Yields are doing that, and it's starting to really affect currencies. It's starting to affect precious metals. And as you pointed out, Craig, you got this move up in crude oil, which is not going to give us the warm and fuzzies today on a Friday.
No, and all week it had been global yields that have been moving higher. Tracy, you mentioned the UK stuff and the Japanese moves. I mean, to what impact will U.S. investors finally now start to wake up to what's been going on now for days and really weeks, overseas?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the bond market, the vigilantes are stirring, right? Get out of the way is really what you have to do right now. And the pace of this move is very important. We've been seeing these moves in other markets that have been alarming. That really hadn't reached the U.S. We were kind of in a consolidation range, right? Until we weren't. And I think we were talking about this the other day when Blake was on, that, it kind of looked like really heavy and the bottom was going to fall out and that support level for the bonds was going to break through. And indeed, that has happened today. So all week, we've really been seeing the pace of this move accelerating. We had a little bit of a pause yesterday, but a continued move down. Breaking support is a warning sign for markets.
Yeah. No, I put up the 10-year yield chart up here. I mean, currently trading, this is the futures chart, but, spot 4.545%. We're really back to levels that we haven't seen really, since, a couple of days in May, post the tariff tantrum issues. And then really since the inauguration, right? If you remember, there was a time when Scott Bessent said, judge the progress of the administration by what the 10-year yield is doing. Well, the 10-year yields are moving higher now. And so, we'll see what, how folks react to that. Clearly, the inflation story is top of mind. The oil story is also back top of mind. Oil prices now trading almost back to $100 a barrel. Shai, I'm curious, with respect to oil, the strait being closed, no real progress. Do you think folks are set up in the oil markets for a resumption of activity? How do you anticipate trading today in the oil patch?
Well, I think now that the Trump-Xi meeting is kind of over and there was really no firm commitment on Japan to do anything with Iran, I think markets probably likely don't want to be short oil going into the weekend in case something happens and we see an acceleration of the conflict. Particularly, we had Israel on the wires yesterday saying that they were not done, and they would like to see a resumption of war, essentially. And so I don't think oil traders want to be short going into the weekend because you never know what could happen, and that is very scary. And I think eventually, and I keep talking about this, is that the supply issues are growing. The pad is gone. Any supply pad that we have had is gone. For Texas floating storage, that's showing that is all from the market at this point. We've got U.S. commercial crude stocks also rapidly declining, as well as imports accelerating or exports accelerating. That's going to draw down U.S. stocks more. We just had news this morning that Pakistan just bought 6 million barrels of oil from the United States, and this is on top of about 12 million barrels between South Korea and Japan already announced this week. This is a lot of new business for the United States, which is great news, except for we are just not producing that fast, and particularly because this is just anecdotally, the U.S. doesn't produce much sour crude. It does one grade Mars, but we don't produce enough, and that's the grade that all of these countries want, essentially, because they want that heavy crude that they're not getting from the Middle East. And so that is going to be a big problem for the U.S. to try to keep up with demand and heavier crude production.
Yeah. No, complacency certainly seems abound. Just looking at July contract here. I mean, you see how much time now, we're spending here at prices, in the $80 to $100 range. I mean, so it's been, we're, like you said, day 75 or day 76, and really not much in the way of hope that the strait is opening imminently. The U.S. has rejected Iran's plans, and Iran has basically said they've put 5 preconditions in place to even start negotiations. It seems like we're kind of moving backwards, although who really knows exactly what is going on. But Blake, I mentioned yesterday on the Under the Hood show that we talked when we went under the hood to look at various cross-asset correlations and sector correlations, that the market had been able to kind of look through the push higher in yields and the push higher in oil. But if we started to also get a push higher in the dollar, that trifecta was going to be very difficult for equity indices to really, deal with. And so today, expiry Friday, that positive positioning going off the board. We now have the dollar rallying again and kind of adding to this triple whammy for risk assets. What are you seeing here in dollar? I'll throw up a dollar yen chart here just to put it up on the board. But just broadly, what are you seeing in currencies now?
Yeah. First of all, great conversation yesterday. If you guys didn't listen to it, you really should. We made a couple of really key comments that, especially when you're looking at the semiconductor index, it just completed an equal leg move yesterday. Cisco completed an equal leg move from the 90s. And Craig and I talked about that yesterday. So go back and listen to the recording if you can. But in currencies, the dollar, as we discussed yesterday, it is held up really well, considering that the stock market's been at all-time highs. Usually when the stock market's at all-time highs, people are, they'll sell dollars, deploy that into other currencies, risk currencies, or what we would call commodity currencies like, higher beta currencies like the Australian dollar, the Mexican peso, et cetera, some of the emerging market ones. Today, we are seeing those absolutely get destroyed. And one of the big tells, and I know you're looking at the yen right now, the yen is going to be an important part of the story. But one of the big tells over the course of the last week or two for me is that the Aussie dollar was failing to hit new highs as equities was hitting new highs, and the RBA had been raising rates multiple times consecutively. They've been raising rates, and the Aussie dollar just kind of petered out. That just told us that, the US dollar was setting the stage to explode, which it has over the course of the last. Now people are catching on, Craig, because we talked about it yesterday, but people started catching on here on NinjaTrader Live a couple of days ago. So, it looks dangerous. Now, I know you have the yen up here. The yen is an important part of the story because despite all the intervention that the Ministry of Finance has done, they have yet to contain the yen. And we might see continued yen weakness, especially if, we see further military action in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. What day are we on, Tracy?
It would be 76, sir.
Yeah, being on day 76. We're on 76 that Japan is still very limited in getting any type of energy. Therefore, Japan's kind of in a bit of trouble, and they're going to be and people are selling yen as a result of that.
Yeah, I have this hourly chart on the yen, and you could see the intervention, right? This was clearly the big intervention that they did on the night of the 30th. But look, there's one there, there's one there, there's one there, one there, right? Another one there, another one here, maybe a rate check yesterday. Yeah. And what are you seeing, right? You're seeing kind of waning. You're seeing waning influence, right? And as now the oil price is moving back to the highs, oil and yen is breaking out. And so to your point, how many more bullets is Japan going to spend here which are largely, to some degree, wasted, right? Until the Strait of Hormuz is open and energy is flowing freely again, Japan is just wasting, really wasting bullets. It seems like it would behoove them to wait and save bullets until after there's some more of a resolution, because right now they're just kind of, I hate to use the phrase pissing in the wind, but it seems like that's kind of what they're doing here to some degree. But I'm curious, do you think when the JG bills are making 30-year highs, what are they going to do? Are they going to defend the yen? Do they defend JGBs? How's this going to play out?
Well, I don't think it's all for naught. Because if they hadn't done anything, the exchange rate would be probably around 165 yen, if the dollar yen exchange rate, which would be about 700 basis points or 700 pips higher than where we're currently at right now. And so I think they're preemptively doing what they need to do. But yeah, it feels that way, right? It feels like intervention efforts usually from central banks don't get immediate results. It's more of a smoothing effect of the market. But if you or I or the Ministry of Finance or anybody in Japan were in the head of President Trump, we'd probably have a better idea of what to do or how the BOJ was going to react or the Ministry of Finance would. So I don't know. It's a tough one though. It is a tough one, Craig. If they didn't do anything, maybe that yen would be a lot lower than it is right now.
Yeah. The problem with that is then we'd have to be in the head of the president. And I'm not sure that is necessarily a place where any of us want to be or need to be.
Come on, buddy.
But anyway, just taking a look at futures are making lows now for the night. S&P's down 1.2%. NASDAQ down 1.65%, the Russell down 1.6%. It's been really a straight up tape for equities, since really the March 31st low at the end of the quarter. Can anything really disrupt this apple cart here? Have we just come too far too fast? We're going to have a little digestion for a day and then resume things next week. I know we have NVIDIA earnings next week, so how are you thinking about the setup for equities here today, and then more importantly for the rest of May?
Yeah, I think really, if you are going to be trading anything today, any asset class, you really need to have a bond chart up, because if that bond starts moving to the downside, I don't think equities are going to be able to hold up. In other words, it won't be that same buy the dip environment as soon as the market opens and we go straight up again, which is what's been happening essentially all week, particularly in the NASDAQ. Because if we see an acceleration to the downside when the U.S. market opens up, the bond market is already open. When the U.S. market opens up at 9:30, if we don't see some arrest of that move, that's going to be very difficult for the equity market to gain traction to the upside, in addition to what you mentioned before, Craig, about, the flows. We've got, OPEX this morning, then single stocks later. And so that's a different dynamic in the market right now, something that we haven't really seen all week. So we need to pay close attention to that. And then I think, for the rest of May, more importantly, we're going to have to, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be very important. If, the longer this lasts, the worse this is for the crude oil market, crude oil supplies. And so you would likely see an acceleration to the upside in crude oil, and bond yields will follow that as well. That's another, the crude oil market's 88% correlated 10-year yield. And so when oil markets start moving higher, so do those yields. So we need to keep an eye on the oil market, and you need to keep an eye on the bond market, because that's really kind of, the tail wagging the dog right now.
Yeah. We had, 10-year and 30-year auctions this week, which came in a 30-year auction yield on that auction, I think is a sale. I think was a high for, dating back to, I think to 2007 possibly. And so you see here on the chart kind of this breakdown under the 111.20. I know we'll talk to Pax about that too on his levels for the long bond here, but you're seeing kind of this breakdown. Jimmy's been talking about it. Deli's been talking about this, that can the equity market really handle these breakdown in bonds, these rip higher in yields, particularly when they're commensurate with rising energy prices, sticky inflation. We had CPI this week that came in a little bit hotter than expected. PPI this week came in materially higher than expected at 6%, 5.2% core. And so even the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, mentioned this week that he expected, hot inflation prints at least another 1 to 2 months, which is probably at least 2 to 3 months, which gives a little bit of cover for new incoming Fed Chair Kevin Warsh, I think first day on the job today, to actually do nothing when he meets with his new colleagues for the June meeting next month. A pause is obviously 100% certainty at this point, but just we've seen more and more Fed members come out in recent days. Collins and Goolsbee this week, even Barr a little bit yesterday, Schmid earlier in the week too, Williams are all pushing in the direction of a more hawkish bias. They've become more concerned. It's been north of 5 years since we've gotten inflation back down, below 2%. The momentum seems to be going in the wrong direction here. And so it's going to be very difficult for Warsh. In my view, he would actually establish more credibility with his colleagues if he actually came out a little bit more hawkish himself. That would probably help him get the credibility needed to cut rates later if the economy really does start to slow because of the higher energy, because of the higher inflation, because of the higher rates. We've seen obviously the lower part of the K-shaped economy getting increasingly strained by this. If he came out a little bit more hawkish, that might free up some ability for him to get his colleagues later to cut rates when it became a little bit more appropriate. But Blake, I'm curious. We talked yesterday about semis and the NASDAQ, and we've come a long way fast here. In your mind, can the equity market hold up amidst all of these pressures now that are building and seem to be brewing again into the weekend, now that the Trump-Xi stuff is behind us, and expiry is going to be behind us, the window of potential weakness reopening? My bias here, I think, but I'm curious for yourself.
Well, first of all, can I just say, too late Kev doesn't have like the same ring. I just need to throw that out there because we're gonna get it, right? Tracy, it's coming. It's coming. It is absolutely coming. Anyway, I always look for, as we talked yesterday, Craig, I look for breakpoints. I was just looking at the futures, just S&P futures, just so everybody has a number that you should be focused on. And in my opinion, at least the number I'm going to be looking at, it is 7,400, the big figure. And it's not because it's the big figure. It's because it's actually a previous channel trend line, and we're roughly about 30 points away from there. And my assumption is we'll probably see that right around the open. You'll see a little bit of gap down, some longs will get out, and we're going to try to defend that area. And that's the area where, when you are trading, you just got to figure out, if I'm going to get on the long side, this is the level. Be disciplined in getting in at those levels, and then keep your stops really tight. Don't give a lot of wiggle, especially when you got a lot of forces moving against you, as Craig pointed out. And I don't. Can I throw out an analogy? I love using analogies. I'm a wakeboarder. I live in the desert, but I've grown up on a lake, and I was just sharing Tracy a picture or a video of me wakeboarding. I try to practice goofy foot all the time. And I know a lot of you traders are long only, because why not? I mean, that's what the market's done for a long time. We might be in a two-way market for a while. So get used to trading goofy foot, meaning get used to trading on the short side. Find some, levels where, like, hey, if we break 7,400, that might be a level that we fly through, and next thing you know, you're 100 handles lower. And so I think you just got to really focus on your levels, because just to answer your original question, Craig, I don't know if the market's going to be able to handle the pressures that we're seeing, especially at the end of the week, amongst everything else you just said.
Yeah. There's also a tremendous amount of positioning, open interest at that 7,400 line for today expiry, some for the AM, and then again for the PM expiry. So keep an eye on that level for sure. There'll be a lot of support there. We also have these big not JP Morgan, other structured call products that roll their positions today. The QYLD and the XYLD are these big cover call ETFs that have massive selling pressure that can come later on this morning as they roll their hedges. So between the hours of 11 and 1 is when they'll be selling futures too. So keep an eye on that time window as well there for potential weakness. So we'll see. It's going to be a pretty interesting day here for sure. We have a couple minutes left. I want to just shift over to precious metals. That had been an area where, at least on the Sunday show, I think all four of us were looking for constructive gold behavior this week, and just pulling up the gold chart here. And we were looking okay until today. And so now we're seeing a decent decline in the gold markets, down back towards 45.60. And the big mover is silver, down 7.7%. Shai, what is going on today in precious metals? Are they just kind of beta, explosive beta to the news in both directions? And really any of the hope that fundamentals are going to matter really gets kind of thrown out the window when we're back in geopolitical top of mind here.
Yeah, and I think I do think gold is correlated to real yields. Real yields equal nominal minus break evens. We've got nominals ripping faster than break evens can keep up. Real yields are spiking, and that's a traditional headwind for the gold market and for metals in general. So everything is related to this bond market move. It's creating a giant headwind for the precious metals. Even the fundamental story means nothing right now. We know we've talked about gold, or copper and silver often. There's a huge supply deficit. We've gone over the whole supply deficit. Demand's higher because of the data center build out, and because of EVs and solar panels, et cetera. But when the behemoth bond market speaks, other markets do listen. When bonds were moving sideways, that was fine and all good. Markets could kind of move on their own, but really it's all tied to this bond market move.
Yeah, the bond market vigilantes removing crust from their eyes. They've been in slumber for decades since James Carville mentioned them back in the early 90s. But maybe we are here. Maybe we're finally going to get some bond market discipline enacted on profligate global government spending, right? We're seeing the deficits blow out in the US and Japan and Europe, in the UK and China as well. And then we know that the AI CapEx names are increasingly moving to debt finance. And so the supply of fixed income that's coming is going to be massive here. So last word here, Blake, for you. Anything particular you really want to keep an eye on today for trading?
I mean, you guys just mentioned, precious metals. And I have to say, this false breakout in copper is scary. Copper's down, 4.5% this morning?
Yeah.
And you look at that previous high, it trapped a lot of longs up there. That's another one of those that if you follow the Aussie dollar, you follow copper, you follow, yields, and nothing would make the stock market feel better this morning than seeing a false breakout in yields. But I don't know. I'm with you here. I think these bond vigilantes are taking the crust out of their eyes right now. So I agree with that statement. Yeah. But that's it. Watch everything's on the edge today. So be careful.
All right. Well, if we're looking for nicknames for the president, Richie Rich from the chat, I think he needs to trademark this. He thinks wishy-washy. I think that's great. I think that should be trademarked. I think that is what we are going to get from the president if Warsh does not come out with a dovish bias at his first meeting. We're going to be hearing about wishy-washy. That's terrific, Richie Rich.
That's going to
appreciate the morning
that's a good one.
Humor on that. But Blake and Shai, thanks so much for being with us. Shai, it was a great week, 5 days in a row for you and I. That was a lot of fun. We'll do it again on Monday, but have an enjoyable weekend. Weather down here is supposed to be excellent. So enjoy your weekend, Blake. Have a good weekend as well.
Thank you. It's great to see you guys. Great to be here with y'all.
All right. Next up today for our future spotlight, we're bringing in Craig Bewick from the CME. How's it going, Craig?
Great. Good morning, Craig. I guess you get the Craig.
We got Craig's. Yeah, we got Craig squared. We must be similarly aged contemporaries because there's not a lot of Craigs, that are much older or are much younger than us. So must be in the same age cohort here. How's everything going today?
You kind of took the words out of my mouth too. I was thinking about that. I saw your LinkedIn recently. Great. I'm appreciative of you guys having me on. It's great for CME Group to be able to come on shows like yours and talk about futures and what the futures market is doing. So thank you very much for that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you sent me over a couple slides. So wanted to, talk through them. The first one was for crude oil. So crude oil obviously has been top of mind, front and center. We've been talking about the bullishness in energy since the beginning of the year, even late last year, but obviously since the war, crude has become focal point for what's driving everything cross assets really on a daily basis. And so I'm curious here, you have the crude vol chart up, thinking what are you seeing in crude volatility and how has that been indicative towards what's been going on in the pricing?
Yeah, I think, it's interesting. And obviously, as you allude, crude oil prices have been headline driven now for quite some time with the conflict in Iran and everything like that. But what I like to look at a lot, and I was listening to your last segment and you were looking at levels and stuff. I like to look at and I can't see the chart in front of us, but I'm assuming you've got the vol of the
I got your crude vol charts up. Yep.
Yeah. So at CME, obviously we have the options markets on these, and is it worth doing 10 seconds on what vol means?
Yeah.
And I'd like to look at it not just from the perspective of if you're trading options, but even if you're not trading options and you're trading crude oil, or you want to know what the options market is saying about the price of crude oil, I think it's very valuable information. So when we say implied volatility or vol, as you might hear in the market, all that means is it's a measure of how much price movement the options market is pricing into the future. So the higher the volatility in a particular product means that the options market collectively is saying we think there's going to be more price movement in the underlying than there has been historically or recently. And it's simply and what I like about it is that it's not an opinion. It's literally what the market is saying. Now, the market's not always right, as we know, but as implied volatility moves up, you know that the options market has now positioned itself for more movement. So what I thought was interesting about the vol in crude now is that while it's still relatively elevated, versus historical norms, as you can see on the chart, it really has come down dramatically from the highs that we saw, at the end of February and then through March, really. And I think that's kind of interesting because there doesn't seem to be less of a question about what's going to happen. I know we've had some talk of the ceasefire, and then maybe the ceasefire is not going to hold and all this stuff. So there seems to be still a lot of remaining open questions about what's, the resolution or lack of resolution there. But the options market has really kind of pulled that ball back in.
Yeah. I think I made a. I don't know if I lost you there for a second, Craig, but
Check. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you there as well. So no, all good. Heard the end there. But I'm curious. Are you seeing same types of players trading futures? Is it mostly speculators? Are you seeing commercials? Because to your point here, I would imagine, given the uncertainty, with the apparent uncertainty that still seems like it's out there, I would have thought that now that prices have come in and vols come in, you'd start to see commercials out there hedging more. I mean, are you seeing any dynamics in play there that would lead you to believe that more players have removed themselves from the market lately because the volatility is still so elevated versus history, or maybe people now are returning because vol at 125 is kind of intolerable, but now back in the 75 range here and lower for skew, people can get back in. Are you seeing more activity now?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and I don't know that we're seeing less of a mix, in terms of customer mix now that's come down. But you make a great point though sometimes, because a lot of times traders will say they like volatility, right? Traders quote thrive on volatility, but then all of a sudden volatility gets so high that it becomes difficult to trade, I think, as you just alluded to. So perhaps this is a more tradable volatility level where it's not just that sort of black swan type volatility that just becomes very difficult. Just by way of introduction, I work on the retail team at CME, and I run our education group there. And certainly we've seen an interest from individuals in the crude oil market as we've seen these moves. So it's interesting that, what drives institutions to markets, the volatility and price movement, also drives individuals. And we've seen an explosion in interest from individuals trading our crude. And typically that'd be the smaller of the crude oil products, what we call the micro crude, especially when you get volatility like we see here.
Right. It's like everyone likes a little bit of volatility, but then when it's a lot of volatility, no one really likes it. So no, that's a good point here. I wanted to shift gears to the next one you got for us here was this S&P chart versus 30-day at the money volatility, and a dynamic in play here with indices making highs. It is expiry today for May. Volatility is just looking at your chart here, kind of hasn't made a low with equities making a high, so potential divergence there. I'm curious what you're seeing on this chart.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was interesting about this, and I think it's even a little bit more dramatic on the Nasdaq chart than the S&P, and I think this is 5 years worth of data. So if you look back 5 years, typically what you see is when the market is making these all-time highs, as it were today, you'll see the sort of inverse in volatility, where the market becomes, I guess, maybe a little complacent and vol goes way down, and they're not pricing as much movement into that underlying. The options market is not pricing as much movement into the underlying, but we're not really seeing that with this. I don't know what mathematically defines parabolic, but I don't think we see moves like this, particularly in the Nasdaq, in the stock market very often, where I think I heard you in your last segment just say it's been straight up since the lows. Really a dramatic move. But then in the Nasdaq, we actually see volatility over the 5-year average, which I think is fairly atypical. So it could be just that the market is buying protection against this dramatic move up, and it may not be anything more than that. But I find it interesting that we're not seeing that if you look at the NASDAQ chart, I think that level is like 15. If you just go back 5 years, kind of it's around that 15 area when the stock market gets to these highs. We're fairly dramatically above that at over 20% implied volatility in the NASDAQ. So I find that interesting. I don't want to read too much into it, but it does suggest that the options market is not acting like it always does when we see these levels in the underlying prices.
Yeah, no, it seems like there is certainly some protection buying, but there's also been some call chasing, right? I mean, to the extent that there's been a catch-up trade, I think many investors who felt maybe underpositioned have been using calls to try to get that exposure back up. There are some that say we do see spot up, meaning prices up and vol up towards the end of moves. We'll have to see if that winds up playing out. But it is pretty interesting. I do have your NASDAQ chart up here, and you kind of can really see us being in the middle of this 5-year range. I suspect if you were to go back to maybe something in the late 90s and early 2000s, you probably would have saw something similar, which was as we were making those explosive moves higher towards the end of 99 and early 2000, volatility was also starting to move higher. I know people are kind of looking back to that for analog. So
yeah, you hear a lot of talk about the similarities between now and then, and time will obviously tell, but I find it interesting. And then you mentioned skew, which is the relationship between calls and puts. So that's another thing that options traders and really I think everybody should look at, because sometimes you'll see calls, the implied volatility in calls get bid up versus the puts or vice versa. And that's just the options market positioning itself for further upside or downside move. It doesn't mean that that's where it's going. Obviously, we all wish trading was that easy, but it does tell you where the options market is positioning itself.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Craig, I know we have only a short period of time with you. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you this one final question. Many in the chat already pondering and wanting to know, and not to put you too much on the spot, but single stock futures. I know I had to bring it up. We've been hearing they're coming at some point. Any color any high level stuff you can give us just to whet the appetite here on this Friday morning?
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you brought that up because it's something that we're really excited about at CME. And personally, I've been in this longer than I care to admit, and it's one of those product launches that I'm just personally really excited about. I think the time is right. I think the environment's right, and I think there's a demand for it. So a couple months ago, CME announced that we were launching futures on single stocks. We didn't release very much information at all at the time. Since then, we've now released 54 names that we're going to make available at launch, and they're the names you might expect. So the Teslas and the NVIDIAs and Apple's, Google, all of those names are going to be included in this launch. We haven't gotten more specific than this summer yet. So we haven't come out with the exact date that they're launching, but they will come out sometime this summer. We're hoping sooner than later, of course. But I'm glad you brought it up. You're going to get the exposure to the single name equities with all of the characteristics that you get with futures. And I think, like I said, I think the time's right for this, both for the institutional audience and for the individual retail audience. So thank you for bringing that up. Hope to have more information the next time we talk. Because we're hoping that it starts coming fast now. But yeah, we're really excited about it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're excited about it. We've been talking about just these dispersion trades and how on some days the equity indices are quiet and all the action is in the individual names. And so to get the opportunity to trade some of these single stock futures, I think people are chomping at the bit for that in this kind of in market environment. So appreciate you bringing that up, and appreciate you coming on this morning. Both Jimmy Cagnina and Pax sends their regards. So thanks for joining us, and we'll definitely get you back over the course of the next couple of months to talk further. Appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, it's been an action-packed morning so far. S&Ps are down about 1.2% to 74.35. NASDAQ down 1.75%. So I think that's basically back to the overnight lows. Similar action in bonds, weak, oil up, gold weak, dollar up. To talk about it all for Capital Preservation Friday, let's bring in the man, the myth, the legend, Pax.
I'm not a myth. I'm right here. You look great, Craig. Looks like you're wearing makeup. Your complexion
No,
is so
yeah,
nice. It looks
it's
like
great.
somebody
It got
touched you up.
I got production gives me great lighting.
Yeah.
They got great lighting situation going on here.
I need
So
production to give me a jawline. Everything seems to be sagging. I wanted to say hi to Craig Bewick. He's a good dude. The CME is. I'm not saying this just because I'm biased, because I spent my life there and have been and spent my life trading their products and helped create the Nasdaq. But because Craig's a great guy, Terry Duffy's a great guy. The CME is it's the best exchange in the world. And Leo Melamed, the man who invented it, well, he didn't invent CME, but he invented financial futures, modern financial futures, still alive, and everybody should spend the time to get to know who Leo is. Anyway, how are you, Craig?
I'm good. It's been an interesting week where the things were going on all week. And equities were largely impervious to what was happening, I felt, particularly in the bond market. So I definitely wanted to touch base with you on that. But it seems like right now we're back to this highly correlated asset trade environment where when you start to bring back in the fears about renewed geopolitical tension in the Middle East into the weekend, you get the oil up, bonds down, yields up, vol up, stocks down, dollar up, precious metals down. It's the highly correlated trade back with different degrees of beta, as you would expect. And since we've come so far in equities, we are finally seeing a little bit of a pullback here in on options expiry day. So that the trading will be heavy. Be a lot of volume on the tape today for sure. The big round numbers will be big levels. So we'll keep an eye on, 7,500, 7,450, 7,400, and then we'll see what happens. But I'm curious, how are you thinking about the setup for today? And then we'll kind of get into it, asset by asset here.
It's nice to see. It's nice. If the S&P were truly correlated to bonds the way that they were in the summertime, the SPOOs would be trading in the 62 to 63 range. The 30-year bond is taking out the years, the low of the year. We're already below. We're coming into July lows. Though July lows. You know what? I should probably look at a chart. Off the top of my head, July lows.
Yeah, I got a ZB chart up here. Okay. It's like 108 and change for the kind of front month contract. 108.16.
111 even are July lows. When I looked earlier, 111.
The July low here is the 111 spot, right?
Right, and that's underneath 111 even. There's going to be stops. And then we target back down to that 110. God almighty. I mean, we're looking at 110.01, May's lows, May of 25's lows. So, if we're looking at the, where the SPOOs were trading at the time, we're looking into the 62, 63 handle. But so it is nice. I've been tweeting about this all week long. We talked about it on our show on Sunday. Is it who's telling the truth? Is it bond weakness? Is bond weakness eventually going to drag the SPOOs down a little bit, or at least stall out this rally? And I tweeted this morning about it again. I tweeted about it again this morning. Is that is this a dip to buy? I'm sure that there are going to be a lot of people out there trying to buy this. Are we putting it atop the people who have been selling it for 500 points in the S&P? Are finally catching something? Are they going to get out and start pushing? When we're in the Nasdaq and human beings moved it, I moved it with my hands and my mouth. If I sold a bunch and everybody and the brother knew that they were going lower, I would yell to people, get out and push, let's go. Are the shorts going to get out and push today? I don't know. But, last night when I was going to bed, or yesterday afternoon, I was kind of, I went out for dinner with my youngest daughter. My wife came home with my middle daughter from school. And, and I'm thinking, God, the show's going to suck tomorrow, man. We don't have any data out. We're just kind of hovering at the highs and just kind of making new highs, creeping higher. I hate those markets. When I woke up this morning and I checked, man, I woke up full of vim and vigor. Let's go. and so this is going to be a fun capital preservation Friday. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. You mentioned something about the humans, right? And the human traders. And one thing that I talk about a lot is that we have different actors with different mandates that control different and large pools of capital that are not human, first of all, but have different ways of trading. Some are based on volatility, some are just based on momentum, and some, and then we have structured product flows, and we have this zero data expiry option flow dynamic, which is enormous. And so the things that humans like to do or have done historically to connect the dots across assets, bonds move, has an implication for the economy, for companies. That's going to impact equities. The dollar strengthens. What does that mean for export earnings and inflation and the like? Those things matter, but they matter more at certain times of the month when the flows actually can overwhelm some of these systematic flows. And so what we've had all week is this positive gamma regime in an expiry week that has made the fundamental human flows have been dwarfed by the options activity, the buybacks, the hedges being bought back, the zero data expiry stuff. And so that's why, Jem Carson, who's really, helped me understand this better, talks about this window of potential weakness. And during expiry week, it's generally closed, which means in order for really to move equity indices, you need to get news that is continuously worse than, if we're up, it's continuously worse than expected. Or if we're down, it's continuously better than expected and overwhelms the ability for those systematic flows to matter. Yeah. But then as we transition to after expiry, the window of potential weakness is open because the gamma associated with a lot of that options activity is at its low point for the month. And so that means that the other things that are happening in the economy and in markets can matter more. And so that's what we're transitioning into, today and into next week. And so things that humans look at, 10-year yields above 4.5%, 30-year yields 5.1%, making highs as we speak. Oil up at $100. JGB yields, UK gilt yields, 30-year highs. These things matter for individual traditional investors, and their ability to impact the market is higher now because those buyback flows are gone. And so I think that's why these option expiry periods often act as reversal points or trend changes in some manner. And so I think we're kind of setting ourselves up here for one now, particularly with the Trump Xi meetings being over and the potential and the probability that renewed military action is rising again. It wasn't going to be high going into those meetings. It's higher now that the meetings are over. So I think that's a little bit of dynamic that you're seeing this morning. And that's why, equities are finally kind of waking up a little bit to what we've been watching cross asset wise, for the last several days.
Yeah. Well, eventually this shit's going to have to, come back into reality. Now, I'm not going to sit here and overanalyze it. I'm a trader. I'm not paid to think. I'm paid to react. And what I see, to react to right now is very simply that the bonds have made a big, if 111 even holds in the 30-year, that's a huge hold. And this could be a little bit of a bottom. If they take it out, there's going to be stops underneath it. And we are down near last year's low, which is important. It's hugely important. I think that would be bonds around 6%. So, we've got the S&P itself is now below 7450, which is, I put the math out there so you guys all understand. It's just very simple. 6902 is the yearly opening range. To react to it, I need to know what the market is trying to accomplish and what the market is trying to do. So underneath 74.5 is the upside target based off of 6902's opening range. And the reason that is what the market does on the downside, the market will do on the upside, and it will do so in equal measure. So 6902 is the yearly open. The low of the year is 63.53. That's a difference of 549 points. This isn't rocket science. My God, just trade it. Once we closed, and I tweeted about this a while back, once we had two closes above 6902, that triggered a move to 74.50. And the market is trading in 100 handle ladder rungs, 200 point swings. Okay, so that means that once we close, okay, now too many numbers. So write these down if you're listening to me and if you're paying attention to them, and write them down in ladder form. Okay, so above 69.02, two closes above that target 74.5. We got that, and there's no. We're going to open at or below it now. So underneath 74.5, that target's back down to 74 even. Okay, 74 even, underneath 74 even, we target back to 73 even, then 72 even. Now, remember, we are trading, now let's go for the ladder rungs, okay? Now, the 200-point ladder rungs, that is based off of the December quarterly pivot, 67.96, and this quarterly pivot, March's quarterly pivot, 65.94. It's a difference of 202 points. 101 point swings. So what the market does on the upside, the market will do on the downside. That will take us from 67.95 to swing it up every 200 points. Okay, with 100-point swings takes us to 69.98, and then 69.98 up to 7,200, up to 7,400. So we are at the moment of truth. 74.50 or 7400 holds, and then we close back above 74.5, and then targets up to 8,000, or 74.5, 74 even doesn't hold, and then we start to break and we put in a top, and that'll be a hugely tradable top for a while. I don't know where it's going to go, and I'm not going to guess. Somebody a second ago in the chat said that gold is going to 3,800. Well, it could. I don't know. Gold can easily go to 6,000. I wrote in there, not to be a schmuck, but I wrote in there, if and buts were candy and nuts, what a wonderful world this would be. Or if my uncle had, if my aunt had, I can't say that on the show.
We got it.
He'd be my aunt. You know, I mean, I can say this and that and ifs and, you know, all of that other stuff, but I'm not paid to guess. You know, I am paid to react, and that would be nothing but more of a guess. So let's react to what the market is doing in real time, and let's make some money and not overthink things. This isn't rockets. Independent traders, keep it simple. This isn't rocket science. I want you to guess, Pax. I'm here for it. All right, I'm going to guess, Anthony. Paul Heffernan thought the Nasdaq was going to go to negative in 2002. So maybe Paul's onto something. Maybe we're going negative. I don't know. I think we're going lower. Craig and I talked about this last October when we were in Naples. I think this market is going lower. Now, you know, thought that since I don't know. I don't even know what I've thought that since last September. You know, but we've rallied huge from there. You know, so I don't know. Trade the market as it is, not as you think or want it to be. That's my point.
Pax, I'm curious. You mentioned these ladder rungs, these swings, 100 handles in AS and 200 in Nasdaq. What determines the magnitude in your mind? Is that a volatility thing? Is that just a percentage of indices? What determines the size of those ladder rungs?
There was a great, maybe the best technical analyst that has ever lived is a guy named Howard Green, who he was a reclusive, strange man, but he was brilliant. I paid him and Judd Hirschberg a tremendous amount of money. Howard ended up working for hedge funds and just huge traders and banks and giving what he called his rotational work. So Howard's thesis was that the market has stopping points and starting points, and the market is always going to rotate mathematically to and through certain areas. You just have to know where to look. So when I have traded my best, and I paid these guys upwards to $10,000 a week, Judd and Howard split it. Now I was making, an ungodly amount of money when I was paying them the 10G a week. But I took what I learned from them and I've adapted it slowly to the screens. And slowly meaning I needed to see that when I started trading on the screens in 2013, that these rotations still worked, and I had to determine where was the market rotating to and through. So in a macro sense, in a micro sense. In a myopic sense, I'm going to use the daily opening ranges to determine that. In a little bit, when we put my my charts up, I'll show you. And then how are the algorithms? There's not one algo. There are thousands of them. How are they going to what starting point every day in a myopic sense are they using, and how are they swinging? So it became pretty apparent to me that the swings are 15 handles in the S&P, 65 handles in the NASDAQ. So when I would expand my view, I would take a step back and I would say, all right, now how does this work, in a broader sense for like swing trades and for trend trades? So I started to use, the most important price of any market that you're ever going to look at is going to be the opening range, the very first tradable price. Leo Melamed, in his infinite wisdom, along with Milton Friedman, decided that was going to be replicated with financial futures every quarter. So every quarter in every market, we have new pivots. And those pivots are going to just, the math, like 15 handles from the opening range, the math between those pivots are going to determine how big those swings are going to be all quarter long. So you might think that I'm not you, Craig, but other people in chat might think that this is too simple, might think that this doesn't work until you go back and listen to old shows and you see the prices that I constantly talk about. You can see how they're pivotal, 65.94, for example. And we go underneath 64.94. Where are we going? We're going lower. Be careful, and how are we going to trade? Well, that math gives us upside or downside targets, and that math also gives us upside targets. So the upside targets are going to be 202 points because it's just 67.96 minus 65.94, 202 points. Divide it in half, and that's going to be your swing, 101 points. I think I explained that.
Yeah.
Simply.
That makes sense. So it's not that it's always 100 or always 200. These are dynamic markets, and so you assess yourself daily or quarterly depending on how the markets and how the opening ranges look. So that makes sense for sure.
Yeah, it's not rocket science. You just have to know what to look at, and that was a Howard line. You just have to know what to look at. If you can determine what to look at, and you know what to use, you can, and then you can employ all kinds of other things. But it really is not that difficult.
Yeah.
The greatest business in the world because we're all looking at the same trend lines. We are all looking at the same moving averages. We're all looking at the same levels. I give out my levels every Sunday. We talk, and every Friday in my show. The macro levels that don't change, and then of course the daily levels that do. I don't keep it a secret. You just and you can see how effective it is just by showing up every week. And by the way, hit that like button and the follow button. There's giveaways and shit. I think I was supposed to say that. I'm not sure.
Pax, one of the things I noticed this week, I talked about it with Blake yesterday, was the dollar, and that. The dollar, although the president is desirous of a weaker dollar, the dollar has started to show some strength, and that strength is continuing again this morning. Does the dollar figure into your kind of your process, your framework at all, much like the bonds, or is that really not something that is top of mind?
No, and not for any other reason. When I listen to you guys talk, or if I have questions about what's going on in the currency markets, I'll text. I see you, Anthony. I text Blake. It's not something I pay attention. Like the 10-year is not something I pay much attention to either. Not for any other reason except that is not how I was taught by Judd would probably be pissed off at me, but that's not how I was taught by Ira Harris or Howard, or Judd. I was kind of trained to look at S&P and the 30-year bonds and how they correlate and how they move, and then also to read the capital flows from the commodities. So the way that the dollar affects the markets it's just not, I don't know why. It's just not something I've ever really learned and paid attention to.
No, that makes sense. It does have implications for precious metals for sure. And I mentioned earlier that all four of us on the Sunday Open were looking for a stronger gold market this week, and silver really. And so that had been playing out certainly for silver until today. And you're seeing, pretty big movements here, lower in precious metals as they are tied up into this cross asset macro trade with respect to the war, and then accelerated by a stronger dollar. So what are the keys for you here on gold? What are the levels to look at? Are you thinking about trading? I know you've been constructive, but what are we closing in on violation of levels here from a long perspective?
Yes, gold is now a short.
Yeah.
You got to, if you're trading gold, there's something Anthony said that I want to address in a second too. If you're trading gold, you got to be trading it from the short side. So we're 45.91 is like the dividing line. So we talked about this Sundays too, right? So gold for me is trading in $100 swing, $50 swings. So underneath 45.91, you got to be looking from the short side. What is today's gold OR? Give me a second. And by the way, so Anthony said not everybody's looking at the same opening ranges. Well, the opening range has been clearly defined by every major futures exchange, especially CME, as the high and the low of the first 30 seconds since Dow theory was invented. People have adapted uses to it to fit their own parameters in their own mindsets. And so that's where things like, 30-minute come in and 15-minute come in. And also for people that are trading stocks, which don't really have an opening range, you got to, or the initial balance. You're talking about market profile or volume profile stuff. So, if you have a different use of the opening range than I do, that's, okay. To each their own. Whatever helps you make money. Period. If you can make money trading a certain way, God bless you. Go with God. Have fun. This is the greatest business in the world because of that. Opening range in gold is 45.51 to 45.57, and it's now trading at, it's trading in the opening range. You're waiting for the indices to open and waiting to see if the bonds can take out 111 even. So you want to be short for 45.91, and that's gonna that swing is gonna take us to 44.92, and then underneath 44.92, it's in trouble. It's in big trouble. Underneath 44.92, the next swing completes at 43.25. So there's some downside move. There's some downside potential, and I think I feel like gold is. I don't know. I was going to say I feel like gold is overbought, but I don't know whether or not it is.
Yeah, one of the things that that farm likes to opine on is that when an asset class moves in a direction that you wouldn't expect based on the fundamental news, that's telling, right? And so you think about an elevated geopolitical strife environment, and gold kind of flight to safety trade typically would make sense. But since the war has started, it's been really poor. It's been bad actually. So and stocks have recovered back to highs. Gold is certainly done nothing of the sort, and so there's definitely a fundamental a difference between this fundamental narrative about why gold is a diversifier, why gold should be part of your portfolio, to what the price action is suggesting. Perhaps it's central banks selling or countries that are selling in order to raise dollars to pay for more expensive energy. That could be part of it, but when the charts are moving opposite the fundamentals, I think you kind of have to respect the charts.
That was an interesting point. I think I saw that somebody was talking about that this week in the show. Tracy was, on selling gold to be able to finance crude, right?
Yeah.
That was super interesting. Because I didn't understand. I didn't really understand why gold was breaking. In this environment, you thought it would, I thought it would be rallying. So great perspective and a great insight. So from a tradable standpoint, you got to be short gold, period. At least from 45.91. I wouldn't want to buy dips until I don't like buying dips, but I wouldn't want to buy dips until we get to. I don't want to. I don't want to step out and buy anything in gold until we get to like 4,100, and then my stop would be below it. My long-term perspective in gold. I own gold, Lulu Hoke. I want to own gold, both physical and COMEX gold, but not here. And I will. I've been buying gold since 1260 and 1380. So a long way, and it's been a major part of my retirement, plan and portfolio and portfolio. I don't think I've ever used that word in terms of my money, but I've owned gold for a long time, and it's a great tradable market. Silver is too. So why is silver exploding, Craig? I meant to ask you earlier.
You mean imploding?
No, I mean all week long it's imploding now, but all week
Yeah.
long it's so much stronger.
Yeah, I mean the story is there's an AI capex component story there too, and just it kind of a copper related story. There's some switching ability between copper and silver, to some degree. So as the AI story has become top of mind and continues to accelerate, and fears about supply shortages, silver's been dragged up with that alongside copper, and so I think that's the dynamic that had been play. And then, but you're seeing today that type of reversal, that crowded positioning kind of getting slammed right back down. But I think the fundamental story in silver is tied into this AI, into this AI story for sure. So. Would you say, I'm just thinking back, so part of the gold weakness also is this real rates component that Shai mentioned this morning too. And so as long-term yields continue, and then we're making highs here in 30-year yields, 5.1033%, now 10-year through 4.55 to basically 5.56%. 2-year yields are up 5 basis points. 5-year yields are up 7 basis points. Would you say that if you think about this divergence between where the long bond is and where equities are, that relationship pretty wide, right? We talked about you're basically saying S&Ps normally could be 1,000 points lower. I mean, if you've ever seen these types of divergences before, not that they're all that relevant, but from a perspective of how wide this has gotten, do you feel like this is unique?
No, the S&P bond spread, which is something Ira Harris came up with. The S&P bond spread is still at all-time value. It's still at all-time highs. So, I mean, no. So I think, my own harebrained idea, I think I talked about it on Sunday. I've been talking about my group all week long. My own half-baked harebrained idea is that there's been so much expansion of the M2 money supply that every time we have a major dip in the market, capital needs to find a home. So, they dump it in the semis, they dump it in the, the AI shit, right? They dump it in all of that stuff. And then that lifts the market. And in spite of what bonds are doing, in spite of what gold is doing, in spite of debt, in spite of, consumer confidence being at all-time lows or at recent lows, despite, the market breadth being so poor, the S&P and NASDAQ, especially NAS, continues to rally. So, there's so much money created that it needs to find capital, or it needs to find a home. So the new, remember the New York Fed's what did they call it? The plunge protection team desk. That was a real thing. The New York Fed's plunge protection team. Hey, QE, what are they doing? Well, they're sitting around twiddling their thumbs. But the hedge funds are the new protection teams, and so let's see if that continues, or do fundamentals come back and start to, at the very least, drag on the market? I don't know. I mean, I really do. I sit around and I'll talk about it when I'm with you or other people that look at things that way, and I love theorizing about it, or when I talk to Ira Harris. But really, I mean, I've traded the market from the long side. I've traded the S&P from the long side, in spite of my own personal, views on it. I mean, I've missed out on a lot of money in not being invested in the stock market. I really don't have much of my money, my retirement money, in the stock market, because I really feel like eventually this shit is just going to implode. All right, so I've missed out on a lot. Now, anybody that knows me, and this goes to another question that somebody had asked me on Twitter. Anybody that knows me knows that I would rather miss a move than to lose money. So I've been rich and I've been broke. I've made a couple of fortunes and lost them, and I'm not going to lose this one. So I would rather miss out on a huge amount of money on the upside than to feel like I'm exposed on the downside and end up getting my ass kicked, because that's going to affect every other thing and every other decision I make in my life. So a loss for me would be missing out on something, because I would rather miss a move than to lose money. So if I miss the opening range trade and we break 150 points, I'll go play golf or I'll go work out. I won't think twice about it. Even though I'm bearish and I missed it, so what? I know that there's going to be another trade. So I missed out on this rally for some, that's like a loss. Okay. If breaking even is a loss for me, I'm going to live a very wealthy life.
Yeah. No, that's words of wisdom and good advice for sure. I did want to,
it works for me. I don't know if it is. I don't want to.
There's always another trade. That's what you're.
Right,
there's always the next. There's always another trade.
I don't want anyone to misconstrue that I'm saying to not be invested in the stock market just because I'm not. I mean, I've missed out on a shit ton of money because I'm not. So what? Doesn't bother me.
Right.
I own bonds. I own T-bills. I own bonds.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Pax. It's 9:15 a.m. So we're 15 minutes out from the open, and you know what that means.
Well, let's go.
Next segment is brought to you by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. So thanks to the CME Group. And we had Craig Bewick on this morning talking about crude volatility, S&P volatility, and some of the interesting things that are happening under the hood there, and the impact on markets. So if you missed that interview, go back and check what Craig had to say. But no, it's time to gear up. So I think we could shift over to your charts here, your perspective. Let's get ready for trading, and maybe you can help us get a sense for how you're thinking about the setup now as we approach the open. With S&Ps are down 87 handles to 74.38. The Nasdaq at 29,168, down 1 3/4%, close to the lows of this morning. Russell down 1.6%. So what's the setup here?
All right. One question I want to answer, Charles. I have no idea, Charles. I broke up the Russell a long time ago, and the YM is insignificant to me. I don't care. S&P and NASDAQ are where it's at. NASDAQ rotations are 65 points. All right. So hold on. Let me move this up a little bit. So on Fridays, I trade a little bit live because there is something, that how do I say this? Under new traders or underfunded traders, there's a whole new, or traders in general, retail traders, independent traders, there's a whole progression to learning how to be good at this business. And it takes quite a while to become, we're all trading for freedom. Every single one of us is trading for freedom. And as you grow as a person and as you grow as a trader, you're going to discover that freedom means a lot more than just financial freedom. Trading is going to force you to confront your strengths and your weaknesses in ways that most people never will. Trading is going to force you into discovering a level of self-possession, self-confidence, self-assuredness, self-awareness that most people in life will never approach. It's going to force you. And when you confront those things and you move through those things and you start living, you stop living like Sisyphus, where you're pushing that rock uphill and letting it fall back on you, pushing that rock uphill, letting it fall back on you. You let it get up there and roll down. When you move through those sorts of things, then you become spiritually free, or at least freer, emotionally free or freer, and that leads to financial freedom. All of us, as I started to say earlier, all of us are looking at the same basic stuff on the charts. Everybody's looking at, I'm just the same basic shit. What makes you different than you and you and you? Margie Teller asked me that one time around a table on a Friday afternoon, drinking a bunch of beer. And Margie Teller, Large Marge, they called her. Large Marge was perhaps the biggest futures trader in the history of futures trading. Donnie Wilson was an options trader, different. Margie was a futures trader. And I took that to heart. What makes me different than that trader and that trader? Same support, same resistance, the whole thing. So that means that the way that I control my emotions or don't allow my emotions to control me more, freedom, that's going to lead me into a progression of learning how to be a profitable trader, which then brings me to how I can do that. Well, to take more out of the market. So instead of trading for ticks or points, like so many of you guys do, I'm trading for swings. And then I want to learn how to increase my size, decrease my size, and decide when not to trade. So trading the mini micro is a way, and I'm going to showcase that on the open. This is not how I trade. I trade much bigger size in 2 lots when I'm trading, but I'm going to show you on the open today how to trade my opening range process on 2 lots in the minis and trading out in 20 lots in the micros. Why do we do that? Well, one of the reasons, hold on. What's your favorite Paxism? Jomo, I don't lose money, I spend money. I like that one. Daddy needs a new pair of Ferragamos, or confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. I like that one.
I think t-shirts need to be made for all 4 Pax merch store.
That's a good idea. My kids have been saying that they're going to do. Maybe I'll make my 19-year-old do that for her summer job. Merch. So to take more out of the market, remember earlier I was talking about a myopic, starting off with the myopic view. So, yesterday's opening range gave us that myopic view, right? I want to be able to trade this opening range, and I want to be long above it and short below it. So set the opening range. The low of the day was made in the opening range. We came out on the first attempt, and we rallied to the 15-handle rotation. First rotation. Well, I'm not going to flatten there. I'm going to take partial profit. So if I buy a 2 lot out of the opening range, I'm going to sell either 5 or 10 micros, because now I've got more micros that I can scale out of. I am all in a position, and I scale out for profit, taking more out in a scalable way. Okay, so I buy 2. I'm going to sell 5 at 0.2 quarter, or in front of it even, and then I'm going to buy more. If I'm up, if I'm up $800 on the trade, or whatever, I think it would be like 800. If I'm up 800 after I take profit on this, realized gains, I'm going to use part of that to add back to my position. So I'm going to take 200 of that, and I'm going to say I'm willing to spend 200 of the money I've locked in. Not all of it, because remember, you guys, the point of learning how to add to your positions is adding to your position without adding to your risk, or significantly adding to your risk. So that means I'm up 800. I'm going to spend 200 or 300 of that 800 to make another couple of thousand. So I'm long 2. I sell 5. We go 0.2 quarter bid. I'm going to buy more. Now, in my own account, if I'm long 16, I sell 4. I'm going to buy 12 more. But here, I know how to add to my positions. I know how to execute. But here, there's a million ways that you can do this. You want to add to your position? You trade the mini micros as a spread. You sell 5 here. You cover. You're long 2 here. You're long 2 in the minis. You sell 5 here in the micros. We go bid above that level, cover the micros. You're back being long 2. The market stays bid above that level, and we continue to grow. I'll show you how to do that, because I know that it's, it can get confusing, and I'll show you on the open. But just know that there are multiple ways of learning how to add to your positions without significantly adding to your risk, or even adding to your risk. And trading the mini micro as a spread is going to help you keep your cost down with your commissions. And it's also going to give you the ability to be able to learn how to add in maybe 30 different ways. If you trade a 2 lot and you trade out in a 2 lot, you have no profit management. You have to be right on the trade. You don't really have much profit management options open to you. You can sell 1, leave a 1 lot runner on, but the market retraces back, or it doesn't. You're not you don't have the scalability. Does that make sense? Does anybody have any questions? Because I know that I'm going very, very quickly. And I know that there's like a delay here. So if you have any questions, let me know. I know that I'm going quick. I saw somebody earlier say, take a breath, Pax. I get it, but I'm trying to get a lot of information across in a short period of time, and that's how my brain works. My brain works fast, my mouth works fast, but in my mind, it's all slow motion. So when I'm talking a mile a minute, I think it's very clear, and I think it's very slow.
Pax, I'm curious when, and this really won't necessarily be the case today, but if there's a known news item, let's say coming at 10 a.m. or a Fed meeting at 2 p.m. or a Fed speaker coming at a certain period of time, and then we also have just kind of the random Trump tweets. So I guess the question is, are there stops always in place such that if fundamental news comes out that moves markets this year, you're protected? Is that every time?
Yeah, there's I am the second that I put on a trade, I am prepared to get out of it. So here, look at my dome here, okay? So if I buy 45 quarters, it goes bid 40, and I'll show you when we're trading, when the market opens, we go 45 quarter bid. Now look, I've got the edge, okay? Because it's half bid, 75 bid, 6 bid. So at this point, I'll put in a stop already. Once I get not yet, but once I get 1 point into the trade, I'm going to put in a scratch stop, because remember, I would rather miss a move than to lose money. All right. So the market comes back down, stops me out at 45 quarter. I've already got a scratch stop and I can't lose money. Now, let's say I bought those 45 quarters and I'm looking for a 15-handle rotation. I'm going to look for 60s. Okay. 74 60s. Now I'm going to sell 74 60s. I've got to stop in. The market rallies 50 points, and I'm still long 45 quarters. We rally up to 75 even. I'm not going to trail a stop. I don't use trailing stops. My stops are always going to be at entry. I know that you guys who are trading props have to use trailing stops. Those of you who are independent traders, learn how to do that. Learn how, I don't use trailing stops. So the market has to come back down to my entry price in order to get me out. Now, if I bought those 45 quarters, as I was kind of showing you, and they went offered, as soon as I buy those 45 quarters, I assume I'm going to have to get out for an expense. It's my first assumption. So I buy those 45 quarters and they go offered. I'm just going to click and get out. Hopefully for a tick, 2 ticks, no more than a point. When I buy 45 quarters, if they go bid as they did here, then I'm going to just simply put in a scratch stop. I in front of a number, like if I'm long at 45 quarter and we have a number out at 10 o'clock Eastern, I'm not going to flatten because there's a number. Most of you guys have been taught to do that, haven't you? To get out before a number. I think that's ridiculous. If I've taken profit on the trade, I'm just going to leave my scratch stops in and let the market do whatever the hell the market is going to do. The 30-year bond is taking out that 111 even area. This is big. This is big. This is big that the bonds are taking that price out. So anyway, my stops are always going to be an entry. I don't flatten before a number. If I take profit on the trade, I'm going to let that position work. I'm not going to try to I will not time a trade. So if a number comes out and there's no liquidity and it's bouncing I'm not going to try to trade. I'm going to wait for liquidity to come back. I'm not going to take a trade at that point. But does that make sense? I mean, it's just how independent traders think, I think, or at least long-term profitable ones. Listen, all you guys, and I say this to the traders that come into my room all the time, when they come into my group, I tell them that they have to forget what they think they know about trading and be willing to think about things in a different way. Only 1 to 3% of traders are going to make money long-term. And I mean, retail or independent traders, very, very small percentage of them. Well, maybe more than that, or will make money, but very small will make enough to become free, because very few of you are willing to do the work spiritually and emotionally and physically to move through. Remember the Sisyphus analogy I used, to move through the difficulties in life to be able to become all of those, to be able to experience that freedom. Anyway, I'm really interested to see what the bonds do. So you need to give yourself time to learn how to be good at this, trading the mini micro spread like I'm going to in a minute, is a way to learn how to segue into or push beyond your boundaries, or to discover what the boundaries are, or discover whatever it is that you're pushing up the hill that you let fall back on you. Oh, Pax, I made 100,000 last year, but then I lost 150. Well, that's a Sisyphus kind of a way of pushing up the hill, right? You make 10 grand, lose 12. You make 20, lose 25. You make 100, lose 100.5. Don't do that. Learn how to become consistent. Learn how to think and act like the 1 to 3 or 5% of traders, whatever the situation is, whatever the small amount of traders, how do they think? Learn how to think differently, learn how to act differently, and learn how to live differently.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna have a choppy open here. So we just rallied 15 points since we spoke. Or since I was talking about that 74.45 level. Okay, so we open in 30 seconds. So slow your heart rate down, do a little breathing, a little box breathing. I'm a little late to remind you guys to do it. But just lower your heart rate, calm your mind, lower your blood pressure so that you see everything on the domes in slow motion when everybody else sees it quickly. 3, 2, 1, open. It's actually a bearish open. If this holds, this is a bearish opening range. I don't know what the opening print was. Oh my Naj. Yeah. Here we go. Let's get it. I see you, Mikey. All right. This is a bearish open. Well, maybe not. The opening print is 59.5. The high is 62. Okay. So the fact that here's the opening range. So I'm going to initiate here with the sell stop because I think that if they come out of the opening range quickly, they can do it fast. But I'm going to have my cursor on the buy side. See, I'm already prepared to get out. Now I've got a scratch stop and I can't lose money. I sold 50 halves. I cannot lose money. I'm going to buy, the rotation is 35. So I'm going to buy some at 35 half, 37. Wait, 35 half. So 37 half. I'm going to buy 10. Okay. Do you see that? So I sold 50 halves on a sell stop. I cannot possibly lose money. If we go straight to 37 half, I'm going to be aggravated on my trading with horrible size. I won't. I don't care.
It does look like yields are making highs right now. 10-year, 5-10, 64. So we're through the 111 spot.
All right, you guys in my group that are short 50 halves, maybe pay for your trade on these. Let's see, 50 halves. I should have told you that earlier, but you guys know what to do. I'm going to wait till we get to 35 half. So 37 half. So look at my chart here, okay, you guys. So here you can see my position clearly here. I'm short 2 minis. I've got bids in to buy micros at 37 half. So use this price as 2 ticks as kind of another opening range, or 2 points as another opening range. So 35 half. So we're going to use 35 half, 37 half. Capiche? Now let's take a look at the schnazzy here. Oh, the NASDAQ. Can't keep a bad NASDAQ down.
Yeah, the Russell is underperforming, down 1.9. NASDAQ's only down 1.5. S&P's down 1.1%.
I like saying I broke up with the Russell. I stopped trading Russell. I love trading Russell, actually, but I stopped trading it, I don't know, probably in 2018 or 19. Although I do targets for it every day. In our group, we do targets. We put out targets every day for the Russell. I stopped trading the Russell only because the S&P and NASDAQ were rallying pretty hard, and the Russell was sitting. So I just stopped trading it because it wasn't going anywhere. And the Dow's the same way. All right, now listen. I got bids in here at 37 half. Okay, now we take out, this is a bearish open. I said that out loud, I believe. I think I didn't just think it. So if you want to add to your position, you can cover, you buy these and then cover them. All right. There we go. Now I'm short 2 long. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm short 2 and I'm long 10. Now, underneath 35.5, you guys, we're going another 10 points. 15 points. So once we get below here, it'll show you. So I'm long 2, short 10. That means, in effect, I'm short 1 mini or 10 micros. I'd rather be short 10 micros. Why? Because I can scale out of those. If I was short 1 mini, I can't scale out of that. You see the point?
Flexibility.
Flexibility, yes. Go there, Punisher. Ooh, airborne. Remind me not to get crabby with you.
These ZBs are down 110.29, making another low here.
That's worth talking about too. The bonds are. I see you, Mikey. I just jumped into my Discord to see where the bond opening range was. A bond opening range is 111.06. So you would have, like a half a point into the trade. Okay, now listen. So now I'm long 2, short 10. I am positioned for the S&P. I am short 1 mini. I am positioned for the S&P to continue lower. Now this is not in the traditional sense a spread. These 10 micros that I bought, that's me taking profit on my trade. So this can act as a spread. The S&P comes back to the opening range. I cover the bad leg. I get stopped out of these two, and then we get above the opening range. We go 74.62 bid. I'm going to get long, and then here I am long 10 from the low of the day. So now I've got a double. I got the best part of spread trading is when now all of a sudden you got both legs of the spread on the right way. It was a bearish. That's a good question. I don't know how to say your name. Vaishnavan Balker. The high of the day was made in the opening range. That's what made it bearish, and the fact that the opening print was close to it. All right, now listen. Those use my group. You've either trying to add here. You scratched 37.5s a couple of times. Yeah, let's do that. Let's add some back. Okay, so I just took off 5 micros to give myself a chance to have added to my position a bit. Let's see. Oh, they're not working. So I put them back on. I was willing to spend a point on 5 micros to try to make 50 points on the downside. See what I mean? I tried to add to my position, willing to spend 5 micros on a point on 5 micros to try to make more. Oh, I can put them back on. I wasn't paying attention to it. Do you see the point? I'm just trying to make the point on how to do that. Capiche? No capiche? No capito? No capito?
So would you say, like, I'm seeing things cross assets, let's say? Is that not going to come into your process?
It is now.
Right now?
Yeah, no, it is now. I'm watching gold get whacked, and I'm watching the bonds get whacked.
Yeah.
What's the dollar doing?
Dollar's ripping. Dollar yen is close to the highs of the day, 158.60. Dollar euro close to the lows of the day, 116 and change. Aussie's getting hit, but bonds are making new lows here. Bitcoin's getting hit, down 2.25%. Gold's getting hit. Silver making lows.
So if I was trading, my normal stuff, I'd be adding at 37.5 and 35.5. But I'm because of the the correlation here, because of everything else is leading the equities down. But I'm trying to exhibit, what I'm trying to do here is show the opening range trade and also show how to trade minis, micros. But everybody in my group is adding to their positions right here. Everybody in not everybody, but the traders that know how to do it have added to their positions. So I scratch things. Remember, like I scratch shit. Like if I sell 37 halves and they go bid, I get out. If I sell 37 halves, they go 36 offer, I put in a scratch stop. I'd rather miss a move than to lose money. I'm still short from higher. So I'm still in the dough. Now, when we come down through it again, if I'm scratching trades, that's real-time information giving me real-time trading ideas, real-time info to give me real-time trading decisions. If I sell 37 halves and they go offered, that's the market trying to break. If I sell 37 halves, they go 38 bid, 9 bid, that's the market telling me it's not breaking. Does that make sense? It's real-time info to make real-time trading decisions. And then when I do get positioned, now I look at the bonds selling off, stops underneath 111 even. I see gold is down now $20 from the opening range, down 50 from that pivotal price I talked about. And the dollar's ripping, yen's getting whacked again. And the S&P is trading at 74.30. If we get below 74 even in the SPOOs, and I'm sorry, guys, I know that a lot of you are trading NASDAQ. There are not too many traders actively trading that have traded as many NASDAQ for their own accounts as I have. And I very rarely trade NASDAQ anymore. The NASDAQ is going to give you much bigger moves percentage-wise, but it also gives me more expenses. Your expenses are going to be more. If I'm going to get in a chase mindset, and chasing money is like the scariest thing to me, because that's what ultimately blew me up after MF Global, into when I lost millions in 2011 and 12. And so because I was chasing the MF Global money, so I stopped trading NASDAQ, because if I'm going to get in a chase mindset, it'll be to chase expenses that that accumulate quickly. So I don't trade NAS for that reason. Also, I was one of the biggest traders in the NASDAQ for a long time, so I feel like I know the NASDAQ better than I know the S&P. So if I'm going to get stubborn in a market, it's going to be in the NASDAQ more so than the S&P. So I don't trade NASDAQ for that reason. So I'm not as prepared with levels and numbers as I used to be in the NASDAQ, especially because I don't trade every day anymore. When I did trade every day a year ago or 2 years ago, then I was prepared to trade NAS. So see, I'm long 2, I'm short 2, long 10. So I've taken profit on half my unit. Next level I'm going to take profit at is at 20 half. So 20, I'll put bids in there. 22 half on a Finsky. There we go.
There's a big open interest line at 7,400 cash S&P, so we're 14 handles away from that.
200 handles. So remember, listen, 200 handles, my brothers and sisters, 200 points from 65.96. So 202 points. Swing that shit up, and that takes us up to 7,200. 7,400 is the nearest price. So that correlates with the SPX level. That was SPX you're talking about, right? 7,400, which is
yes.
That would be like 74 quarter in the futures, I think.
Yeah, it's like 22 handles between the two. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So see, not bad. Not bad for an Irish guy that can't do math. And I know that's what Crudele's thinking. If he's still here, I can't count. Anyway, yeah, so pay attention to that. So 74 quarter is going to be the kind of line in the sand for the SPX, the cash market. That expired, Pete? Thank you. Thank you, Pick. There's my trading group is populated with a bunch of very, 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 it's a small community, but it's populated with a bunch of very, very well capitalized, very, very experienced, and very profitable traders, and a lot of old pit guys. Actually, hey, Anthony, do you remember Alex Delgado? Melrose Park kid? Yeah, of course you do. Do you remember Delgado, Tony? Anthony, Alex had interviewed with me to be one of my clerks and I didn't hire him. Anyway, he ended up going to work for Scotty Wallach in the SPOOs, and then he came into the NASDAQ later. He came into my group the other day. It's great to see, listen, there are hundreds of people on Twitter that have known me for 30 plus years, hundreds. And and then my group is populated with old pit guys that I clerked with, guys that I was a clerk with, guys that I've known for 30 years, 40. Well, as a clerk, 44. I don't even feel like I'm 40, let alone know people for 40 years. If I've known somebody for 40 years, that means I was 17 when I met him.
Well, you were like a spry chicken down in Miami when we were hanging out down there. You did not look like however age you were. You looked like a kid out there singing on the bus, karaoke style.
Oh, that bus was fun. Me and Tanya turned that bus into like an MTV, spring break. Well, not really, but fun. It was fun. That whole trip was great. Like, Blake. I knew Blake Morrow, Pipsart from Twitter, and I've always loved his stuff. But when I met him, I felt like I've known him for 30 years, and I felt the same way with you too, even though you come from the hedge fund world. There's a certain commodity, or not commodity, there's a certain camaraderie among, here we go. I'm going to get this second rotation. And I'm going to add underneath here. Okay, I'm going to add underneath 22AF here. Here, look at the chart. And by the way, you can get this indicator for free here on Ninja. It's my opening range indicator. Populates. And you know what to do. And I mean, look at how good these are yesterday. And you'll see how good it is today. We take out 20AF. You guys want to be short. Now listen, if you are flat, you didn't catch the opening range, and 35AF, 37AF was kind of choppy. So you want to, you can initiate a short 22AF to 20AF. So here's a way you can add to your size without adding to your risk. Sell 22AFs, they go offered, and they go straight underneath 20AF, sell more. Sell 2 at 22AF, sell 2 at 20AF. Now you got a bigger position on. Let's see if I can do that.
And the bonds keep going here. UBs are ZB's down 26, 110.26 now, and the dollar's making highs against the yen now, getting highs against CNH, against the Aussie. So gold making new lows, Bitcoin making lows for the day. I mean, the risk-off flavor is picking up a little momentum here.
Remember we talked about, or I said, I believe I said this out loud. Sometimes I don't know if I say things or just think it. That there would be stops underneath 111 even. I think we're seeing that stop run now. In the 30-year, you gotta have a dome up. You gotta have domes, not doms. Doms are that was a great line by Kegs. Doms are his cousin. I got a cousin. Fucking great line. Dominic's my cousin. All right, there. I added a 22F. Let's see what they work.
So 30-year yields are 5.1168. If we closed here, that would be a closing high for a long time. Let me going back. I might kind of take my chart back here. That would be a closing high back to 2007, the summer of 2007. If we were to close here in 30-year yields, cash yields, it would be a closing high back to middle of 2007.
Hey, watch how I'm trying to add to this. So I sold 2 at 22.5. I want to sell 2 more at 20.5. There. So I just added. Madon. I should have gotten out of the other 2 too. I fucked that up. Oh my God, I totally fucked that up. All right, so I'm back being short too long too. So I added 2 at 22.5. And then I sold 2 more at 20.5. So what I should have done quicker, I didn't, is we only ticked below 20.5, so I didn't get a chance to do it, is put my stop in at 21 for 21.5 for an average. But anyway, I'm back to being short 2, long 10. So now if we would have rolled over and I had 6 on, my day goes from being up, whatever I'm up, $1,000 to being up like 3,000 or 4,000 in a second. You see what I mean? So I'm willing to spend that little bit of money to try to make another bunch of money. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? So I sold 22 Fs. I scratched those. I sold 20 Fs. I got those shoved in my keister, but I got out for like a 2 point, and I'm willing to spend those 2 points to quadruple my position. So adding to your position without significantly adding to your risk. So now we go 22F off. I'm going to do it again. Does that make sense or no? Are you guys with me or did I lose yous? Got to learn how to add. And you got to learn how to add like that so you're not going to screw yourself. So we got that second rotation, bounce back up. If you want to try to sell, if you want to try to add to your position, don't try to get them up here. Wait for the S&P to get above 35.5 and then come back down through it. Don't sit here with an offer in, okay? Because those are usually going to be shitty. Wait for it to go 35.5 bid, 36 bid, then sell them on the way down. You want to sell them with momentum, not against momentum, capiche? That's an important concept, at least in my trading. I want to sell them as prices going down through it, not as prices coming back up to it. Come into my group, Mark. All right, Madeline, let's go. See what we're going to do here.
Pretty broad weakness, except for energy, where you're seeing, obviously, with the crude move higher, crude up almost 3%. XLE, XOP up, but really almost every other sector down now, led by, semis are having a day. Semis are down 3.5%. I need the rate sensitive names are down. Home builders down 2.5%. Obviously, the Russell underperforming. That's more rate sensitive as well.
But I want to see this. I want to see the S&P limit down. Not really, but I just, as you pointed out just a second ago, rates are at 30-year is at levels from 07.
Yeah.
07. There, I just sold 37.5, scratch stop in. Sold 35 halves. Let's see if these suck. Oh, God bless it. I covered them for a tick. All right, so I'm still short 37 halves. There. I've added to my size without adding to my risk. There. And then I sold 35 halves. I meant to put in a stop, and I ended up buying them instead. So I roofied my way out of that. That sucked. That was a rookie mistake. But still short. So now I'm short 4, long 10. I have to buy more. So I'm going to buy, I'm going to pay for the two. I'm going to, now, you know what? I'm going to buy more down here. There we go. So I just added a 2 lot. So I've got 20 more micros to trade out of. And I'm going to pay for these and I'm going to take profit on them at 22.5. You guys see how I did that? I waited for price to go back above 37.5. When it came down to it, I sold them. Come on, I think this is making sense. I'm surprised more of you don't have questions. I doubled my position size. I have no risk on them. That's not interesting to you? Well. What do you mean? What's this all over a bite too? What are we talking about? I wish I knew what your characters mean so I can call you something. I see you in here all the time. I know you are, Tracy, because you're my sister, and you.
Yeah. For those who missed earlier, Richie Rich had the call of the day this morning. He thinks the new nickname for Warsh is going to be Wishy Warsh. That's going to be Trump's nickname for Warsh when he comes out and forgets to cut rates. He's going to be calling him Wishy Warsh.
That's hilarious.
I love that.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I got stopped out. All right. I can sell him back down on the offer. Listen, right now, it's not about the indices. It's about the bonds. It's about the dollar and yen. Okay, so now I'm back short 2 long 10. It is not about the indices. It will be about the indices, but it isn't right now. Does that make sense? It's all about waiting to see how the indices are just bouncing around. So right now, it's waiting to see how the bonds and dollar yen especially, and then gold, how they can metals and how they continue. And then it's going to be about the NASDAQ and the S&P. Right now, the S&P and NASDAQ are just banging away, waiting for that correlation to become either for the bonds. I tweeted about this all week long. Either for the bonds to find a low and bounce. The bonds have no reason to stop at 110.23. I mean, they can, but I don't think they're gonna.
And again, from a timing perspective, the reason it matters more now than, let's say, earlier in the week is because we're through expiry now, right? That a lot of that supportive positioning that's been keeping equities impervious to what's been going on elsewhere is going away. I mean, a lot of it at the open, some of it at the close, and then next week it's the gamma position of dealers is just materially lower, and so the potential for these other things to matter rises. The probability that it'll matter will rise, and so that's. If we get accelerated moves in bonds, it's going to matter more then for equities than it did earlier this week.
I was reading the rules at Lucid, and it says as long as one is a mini and one is a micro, you can take opposing. My statement is, bullhead. Lucid allows it. It's not, hedging is like ruled against, right? In most prop firms, Lucid allows you to trade it against, one against the other. Don't think of it as a spread, and don't think of it as hedging. I'm not hedging anything. I'm short 2 long 10. In the minis, I've taken profit. That's all. Now, listen, as we have discussed, as me and Craig have discussed the last hour and a half, there's nothing bullish here. In the asset correlation. I mean, this is bearish stuff. However, if we make it back up to the opening range, I'm going to get long. I'm going to trade the market as it is, not as I think or I want it to be. So that means if we go 50 quarter bid, I'm going to get stopped out, and I might try to get fancy. That means buying the bottom of the opening range, because that's another way to increase your size without increasing your risk. So there are 2 things here. If I get stopped out 50-50, because remember my stop short entry. So if I get stopped out at 50-50 here at the bottom of the opening range, we go up to 51, 51.5, and then back down, I'm going to reload. So then I'm going to sell a fresh 2 lot. I've already paid for them and taken profit on them. So I don't need to do that again. So it's like I sold a 3 lot. I don't know if that makes any sense. It's like I sold a 3 lot. All right, there, I'm out. Oh, I missed my reload too. Give me another chance for that reload. Now, watch how the algorithms, listen to me. This is important. Watch how the algorithms use the opening range. They just came up to 50-50. Got a little bit above it. I don't know how high, 50, maybe 51. And then they came back down through. So the algos are doing the same thing that we are and initiating their same, the price, same thing, same time. So I got stopped out of my halves, my 50-50s, and then I got out of my micros because we didn't get back inside the opening range, and I did not reload because I was busy talking. So if I didn't cover my micros, then I would have failed to have taken profit on my earlier opening range trade. So what I can do, since I missed the reload, is I will sell this rotation. I will sell 37.5s, 35.5s. And I will sell 2 and 2. I will sell 2 at 37.5 and 2 at 35.5. See what I mean? So I was looking at my other screen, and I was busy talking when I got stopped out. Plus, they came back and snatched it. Would you guys call that manipulation? I don't. It's ludicrous. Fucking manipulation. I got stopped out because of manipulation. I got stopped out because I got stopped out. Yeah, it went up to 51. So it's been a good morning, right? I think I made these points pretty clearly, and I still have a chance to be able to jump into the market. Here we go, 37.5. Ooh, I missed that. Center. Okay, sold them. Center my screens. Oh, they're bad. You son of a bitch. There we go. Now they're good. There, I got a 4 lot on. All right. So I sold 37 halves and 35 halves. My stop is at my average price. I increase my size without increasing my risk. Does that make sense or no? Did you see that? Instead of being a short of 2 lot, now I'm short a 4 lot. Right? Yes? You guys see? Okay. So that's so good. That's so good. It's a good trade there. Oh, I'm still working my bid here. Mana. Here we go.
ZB's 110.24. There's no let up there.
Thanks, whoever said that. Hit the check mark. Thanks, Mea. Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. Right now I wish I was trading 16 lot units. I'd be short 32 with no risk. That'd be a good trade.
But there's always another trade.
Oh yeah, there will be. Listen, I did exactly what I wanted to do. I sold a double unit coming down, and I did it with no risk. So I sold a 4 lot. Now, I should actually. How low do we just pop down here? All right, now listen. Here's something. Now I don't want to take profit on these until we're like. I don't want pay for them. I don't want to pay for them until we are. Ideally down. I want to a concept that I didn't address. So when I make a trade, I want to pay for them. Paying for them means that I take 25% of my unit off to cover my risk, to remove my risk. Then I take profit on it by buying another 25%. So I want to pay for these on an uptick right now, to remove my risk. When I pay for them, it's not about taking profit. God Almighty, bonds are tanking. There's nothing bullish about any of this. Here comes X, Y, and Chris.
The boys are here.
The boys are back in town.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, fellas.
Morning.
What's up, guys?
How we doing?
Good. How are you, kiddo?
Good.
What do you guys got going?
I had a long earlier at that low, but I got stopped out here on this recent pullback, so I'm just flat now.
Buying dips.
Still in an uptrend. I got to continue doing that.
Nothing for me. Today is a real capital preservation Friday.
Good lad.
We're chilling today.
Good man.
Good morning,
Do you
chat.
typically, Pax, do you typically trade on Fridays after the stream, or you just call it an early week?
Oh no, I'm trading. Normally I'm done, but I'm trading. I'm going to trade my kartoffels off today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's. This is. I'm going to trade it, in just because capital preservation doesn't necessarily. It does usually mean that I'm not going to spend any money in it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm not going to trade. What I mean by that is that I'm just not going to take. I'm not willing to take any major expenses. So if I sell 37 halves, it's got to go offered below it. So immediately, otherwise I'm out. You know what I mean? So I'll take those sorts of trades because remember, I'd rather miss a move than lose money. But I'm not gonna. There we go. I am not going to spend any money in it. It's got to be easy, or I don't want it.
Yeah, has to pull you in.
Right. And there are some things going on with, like me and Craig have been talking about, with bonds and the dollar, with yen, with gold, that can pull me in.
Yeah, definitely a heavy cross asset macro day today.
Yeah.
The dollar moves and the bond moves and elevated geopolitical risks may be coming back to the markets for the weekend. So
they never left. We're just fooling ourselves to pretend that they're gone, right?
All right, well, let's see what we get today.
Cool. All right, guys.
Listen, stop. Not you two guys. You guys are great. The rest of you is in the chat. Stop being Sisyphus. Don't push that shit uphill and let it roll back down on you. Push that shit uphill and push it on the other side of the mountain.
Yeah. Push that shit out.
And on that note, Pax, let's let these boys trade. Gents, have a great day today.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
And have a great weekend, guys.
God bless you all. Nobody fights alone, guys. Have a great week. Great weekend.
See you guys. Have a good weekend.
Take care.
See you guys. Take care. Morning chat. How's everybody doing? XY's done for the month. All right. Don't bother him.
Yeah. My clue to sign off. Hey, that's not nice. That's not nice. I don't want to see these guys. I'm out of here.
Oh, Deli. I know Deli's at the gym listening to us whisper sweeten that things into his ear.
He's at the gym right now. What time is it over there? It's 10 o'clock.
It's ASMR time. DEI ASMR time for Deli at the gym.
He's about to turn us off. Like, these guys are ruining my workout. Can't work out to this.
Try to lift heavy. He just has two guys in his ears.
ASMR in his ear. You're doing great. Maybe just 1 or 2 more reps.
Keep pushing.
You're doing great.
You got this.
How about you superset
buffest guy in all of Naples.
Go ahead and superset that.
Keep pushing, Deli. Keep pushing.
You're not done yet. You're not done yet.
Don't give up.
Chat, thank you. Yeah, it was a good one, but I mean, looking at it now, it's like, man, dang, gold really did die. Your ship just spiked. Big fitness show. Yep. Sports, fashion, fitness, movies.
ASMR Fridays.
No,
all right.
No one pushes alone. Yeah, a little remix. Good morning.
NBC is gonna get you bearish, Deli. We're holding for now. We're into the daily 9MA, which is daily trend support. Let me share this morning plan real quick. We have reverted back into the bull bear zone of this larger consolidation. I don't know if you guys remember from last Tuesday. No, not Tuesday. Tuesday? Yeah, we had come down all the way to the 760s area. We reclaimed the 60 100 area, and we're back testing that now while we are at the daily 9MA. So this is crucial support. The hourly has seen a full trend completion. So I am watching here to see if we get a bid here in the markets, push it back up to 360s, 380s, maybe prior day low to seek a lower high against yesterday's high. If we do not hold here, then we see scenario 2, we see lower. If it's a strong sell-off day, then we'll see what is this, Tuesday's low. But there's a couple of signs here indicating that we can see a bounce here first. So I'm interested in a long. I mean, we are still in an uptrend, even with this pullback. Can't be too bearish for me. But we'll see. On the weekly, it does look kind of bearish with this inverse doji candle that we're creating. Chris, the IB trade is essentially lining up yourself with the higher time frame trend and looking for IB failure in direction of the higher time frame trend with some extra influences. No, we're not looking for IB failure. That you can. I've seen that work, right? You have like SMT. Robin, welcome back. You'll have an SMT. I'm gonna try it. You'll have an SMT at the IB low, right? Maybe with NQ, and ES doesn't take that out. So you'll look to trade it. That could be a failure at the IB low in an uptrend, right? But it's not that. It is aligned to the higher time frame trend, but it does not look to for failures. It's different rules.
Oh, you're in a long right now.
Yeah, kind of risky here, but this is a strong area that I like. And I got to
pretty
focus
good.
here on this location.
I think it's a good spot, actually. Yeah. Hopefully it works out. Just break the trend, that little downward trend, and then you're cooking. Maybe to the 460s.
Yeah, we triggered a 9MA, my 9MA reversal setup here. If you guys can see, we have a low, lower high, and then we attempted lower, failed. We created a little wedging structure here. This is like a little wedge, and then a 9MA flip, 9MA reversal. So I'm about to get taken half off at 1.5 R here. Oh, come on. Did it just fuck? Sorry, did it just do that again? It fucked. God,
Oh no.
literally by how much?
Literally looking at it.
How much? 235. Mine was 235.50. This
Two
what the-
ticks. Damn.
by 0.50 by 50 cents. Anyways, that's my location. I like it. I'm willing to risk it. I've already had 2 longs today, guys. My original long was here, this breakout here that hit 4R, paid extremely well. And then my other long was the morning low. And okay, so just took half off at 1.5 R. I'll troll the rest now and see if we can push back out. Look for new highs.
Are you
Still in the
trailing the
uptrend.
rest or you're leaving it as is?
Say that again.
Are you trailing the rest of that or
I
are you going to
am.
leave the stop there for the
Oh, I'm gonna
entire
leave the
duration?
stop here until we make a new high. If we make a new high,
New high and then it trails or it break even?
I'll move it to break even.
And then so never trail. It's always sitting break even until 6R break even, right?
Oh no, that's the IB strat. This is just my normal,
Oh,
own strategy here. The IB strat triggers that after 7:30.
that's right. That's right. I mean, it's a 60-point long.
So this is now my third trade, my third profitable trade today, guys. That's it for me, right? I'm just gonna trade the IB trade, and that's it.
You do that on like different accounts though, right? It's not
Yeah.
even yeah. Do you take that on your personal account too now? Or still
Yeah, I
just
started
the
since
prop?
March 10th. So I'm essentially trading it on 10 prop accounts, 5 Lucid, 5 Tradeify. I bought after our conversation with Lumi last week, I bought 5 Tradeify accounts. So I'm trading 10 of those, and then I have the IB strat. I'm pretty much what I'm doing is the payouts that I'm getting from these prop accounts, I'm putting it into the account that I'm trading the IB strat so I can trade it with larger size. So now it's at 40 grand. I just got a $13,000 payout yesterday, so I'm gonna put that in there.
Ooh.
I'm trying to get it to 100 grand, and that way, I can make real money. What's my lot size for the stream? I usually do 8 for half size. I do 8 micros, and for full size, I'll do 16. For the IB strat, it's risk-based position sizing. So on a percentage basis. So if the risk is 20 points and my dollar risk is right now it's currently $1,100, I can have 25 micros, right? I can have 45 micros. Like the contract doesn't matter. It's how much I'm risking here. For the Tradeify accounts, yeah, I did buy select.
Dang, this thing's moving.
Smooth operator asks if price goes below the IB low and then reclaims the IB low in an uptrend. Yeah, that can be a failed breakdown. The IB low is just let's see if we can go to a 3.5 R at least. Make a new high here.
Did you just move the TP up?
I mean, it's a strong area for me, so
Yeah, this thing is moving.
okay, maybe I'll take some off here at 110 points. Oh, there you go. Got 3.5 R off on the other quarter. I'll move my stop to break even now, because if we're gonna flip back down here after taking out those highs, then I don't want to mess
What
around
a
and find out.
trade.
All right, great location. Again, guys, I talk about location so much. Like, we're at the daily 9 EMA, okay? You guys know even XY focuses on the 9 EMA, but the 9 EMA is just so strong across all time frames. And the leading time frame is the daily. And when we're into that larger time frame support in an uptrend, that's where you essentially want to be buying, right? Like, I am in swing trading, I am buying those pullbacks into the 9 EMA. So that's pretty much what I did here. I bought it via a futures contract, via a 2-minute 9 EMA reversal setup that allows me to manage risk on a 2-minute time frame based on where we are on the daily. Think about that. That's you don't really think about the daily when you're buying something or selling something, but I do. I like that multi-time frame alignment. And I also talked about how we were completing an hourly 9 EMA downtrend here. If you guys look at this downtrend, we are lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high, third and final lower low, simultaneously into a strong support, 060s 100. So I'm combining trend structure, my zone system, right? Daily time frame alignment. That's a lot of confluence for me, guys. So hopefully that helps. And that's my morning.
Wait, Chris, you don't use EMAs, right? It's only SMA?
Yeah.
Someone says, I am done trying to understand MA or EMA when Chris is talking.
My guy, I guess I say 9 and 8.
This is coming back down for now. I mean, pullbacks. Every market's gonna have the pullbacks. Hopefully it's shallow. Uptrending, you want shallow for sure. It's way easier to get into. I mean, this is honestly a really great opportunity right here at this tapered in volume. I mean, Chris's spot is the spot. If the market were to hold, it's going to do so here.
Let's hold for 6R now.
I mean, look, 470s, 460s. Why not? Why not? It's only right. The daily MA. Wait, isn't it like OPEX today or something?
What?
Is it OPEX today?
It is. So it might be choppy later today. It was yesterday when we were streaming.
Choppy would be good for your trade at this moment, because that means if the market's not looking to extend, it's going to trade back in the 470s. If they want to chop this up, get stuck in a little range.
Wait, you say 470s? That high?
I would say so. Yeah. I mean, that's not that much higher. It's only like 130 more.
Oh, back to prior day low area? Yeah.
Yeah, because like volume wise, it's just in a cluster. You bought the bottom of a cluster, and if it's going to reject that bottom, it's usually going to test the other side again. You're right in the middle of it now. The other side would be the 460, 470s, which I think is very reasonable.
Yeah. Chris, are you waiting for the IB to set, then entering based on your rules, or are you using the developing? No, I have to wait for the IB to set, because it'll tell me where price is in relation to the IB levels. So I do, it does provide context for what I'm doing. Did I get the 150K count? No, I got the 100K accounts. I just don't like the idea of making $9,000 in imaginary money when I can make that, I was okay with $6,000 imaginary money, so I can pass the evals.
Trump on Fox right now talking about Taiwan. Yeah, Chris's trade is, I mean, they don't really commonly knife through VWAP like this. Um, so this is really strong. This is the first VWAP test and Q, and they just don't care. It might as well not exist. You don't see that often. So it's strong. I'm not trading today. Amirumar. I'm probably done for the month, honestly. I'll see how I feel next week. Maybe the last week of May. Maybe give myself a week off. Um, yeah, I went ahead and I actually withdrew every single dollar on my cash account, like a forced vacation, so that I don't, I guess, just like start banging out trades again. Just yeah, I with the gold trade yesterday, it was a good cap to the crazy week I've had. Enough to yeah, you know what? I deserve some time off of executing because look, trading is like active labor, right? It's work. You know, the people are gonna try to sell you this bullshit, like, oh, it's not even work. I just do this shit on the beach. I go to the beach and get a drink and oh, look, I made 20 grand. Like, no, it's active work. So yeah, it does. Yesterday was a long day too. I had trades in the morning. I had trades for the close. And I don't know if Front is in this chat, actually. Front, if you are here, you are the reason I had gold on my radar because it was while we were closing the session yesterday, heading into market close, and you had mentioned a gold short that you were getting out of. And I was like, oh, let's look at gold. And I saw that it was setting something up. And I was like, I think they're going to do this overnight. You guys know I don't trade Globex, let alone Asia. But it was like, okay, I think I should pay attention and try to get positioned for a potential liquidation move. If it weren't for that comment from Front, I would have never looked at gold. End of day, I'm just, it's not something I do. So if you are here, thank you for that, putting it on my radar. But yeah, that was a nice one. I mean, in hindsight, initially I was like, all right, we're gonna try to get a position and we're gonna maybe scale out half five somewhere and then hold the rest through the night, wake up and see where we are with a stop at break even. And at some point I was just like, you know what, that's enough. I don't even want to think about this anymore. So initially I did feel like this can go all the way through even the old range because if we're trading down to this target 600s, we're already halfway through that prior range. What's to stop us from going back below, right? But then I was like, I don't want to think about this overnight and all that stuff. So I looked for the most recent batch of volume that gave price that shove, which was here, which is why I marked the swing. But I offered this thing a bunch of times, so I don't know if we can even, let's go all the way back. I'll break this down for you guys real quick.
All right, real quick. I just I took a little bit more off here at 6R, but I want to keep
Where are you?
Left. What do you mean?
We
Where
don't
am
even
I?
have a TP anymore, huh?
I'm all out of R's.
Trailing only now, or just gonna
Yeah.
leave it?
I'm still at break even. It's just we're seeing a strong bounce. I'm wondering if we do see that 470s that you're talking about.
I do think so.
So I took
think
more off at
next up-
6R, and then wait to see if we can hold like a back test of these highs, and then maybe move my stop. But I'll just sit in this, and then I'll wait for the IB strat here in a bit.
Oh, it's in like 7 minutes. Dude, this thing is strong.
Yeah.
It also looks like there's just not much of an offer in the market. They don't want to sell this anymore. I don't know what changed. But yeah, for my thing, I just wanted to get positioned, and it was kind of a pain in the ass. It was a little frustrating because as gold opened, where are we? As gold opened right here, it's grinding up, and I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for them to finally put in a taper, show me some excess to try to get into some shorts. And as it's grinding up, it's leaving really, I guess we'll say, ledgy tops. So I'm like, this is not the top yet of this move. They're still gonna go. So it pulls back. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Waiting. It starts to go down, but it's still pretty heavy. And ultimately, it goes up again, spikes, excess. This is what I want to see here. And I'm like, all right, let's get ready to layer in these contracts. And I'm chasing this thing. So I don't know who was watching, but at the time when they finally did that, dude, the price just ran down. It was like every bid was pulled at that moment on that exhaustive push up, and they just drove the whole thing. I couldn't really get on, right? I would be chasing 10 points or so lower just in a matter of what felt like 3-4 seconds. So I was like, all right, it's fine. They haven't really broken much yet. We'll let it bake. We'll let them climb back up, and we'll look for an offer. So as price is coming up, I'm just waiting because I want to get closer to this spot, and I just couldn't get in. And then they finally did this, whatever this was, huge sharp move up, and then they came back to this range. So I started scaling in here. Eventually I got to 10, and I was like, well, my idea was let's get 10 on this. So it's luckily it's just started working out really quick. One of the painful things is, and it was painful, yes, it did suck for a moment. Let me just go all the way back. On the 1 hour, there is a swing right here. I don't know if you guys can see it. This swing low. They literally ran down to this swing low. And I'm like, I don't know, let's 15K in profits or something like that at the time. In the blink of an eye, it taps the swing low. They hit the bid for about 100 lots and instantly run back towards my entry. I'm like, no way, no way. It gets to my entry so fast. I'm like, is this thing cooked? I was like, you know what? The stop is there. Let's let it play out. Obviously, it does that. It leaves a really ledgy low, which is prone to trade again. I was worried that it would trade my stop and I'd have to get another position in before it trades it again. But no, they went down, they traded through it, and then into the 4620s. The reason I had these 20s was on the way up, it's flat. You guys can see this volume here, pretty empty, but there's a little notch around this range that will show me here. So in my mind, am I still here?
What? I can hear you. Oh, you glitched a little bit.
Hello, hello, hello. Am I still alive?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Psst, psst, psst. Am I alive? Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, my internet was
Okay.
bugging out for a sec. Yeah, so there was a little notch. I expected that if we moved down, this is gonna catch price, and it did. I mean, you guys saw it stall for what is this, like 4 hours of them just trading this range. Um, didn't pay my internet bill. Yeah, so at that point, the market just kept popping up, and I just kept selling every pop, and eventually I made more than what I was looking to make if it were to trade straight to the 4600s. So I was like, well, the idea is not fully done yet, but my P&L is good for me. I'm done. I don't want to mess around with this and stick around for who knows how long to try to break lower. I did have a thought, maybe I should hold some, just break even stop, go to bed, leave it alone, and see where we are in the morning, because we could just rotate all the way through. But I was like, yeah, it's fine. Let's just do this. I got on the app, the NinjaTrader app, instantly withdrew the whole balance. So forced vacation. But that was kind of like me being deliberate about taking the break. Um, the most surefire way to do it is to take all your money out so you can't place any trades. So, I mean, I hope that's, I mean, that's the breakdown. Well, that's the trade. I think people are looking for why. I'm having like crazy problems. So I don't even know if my charts are working right now.
All right, we have 1 minute for the IB. We are starting to get below the 2-minute 9 MA here. So I'll be looking for a trade here with these prop accounts and my personal account on a reversal here if it sets up here shortly. But if we're going to be range bound, then I probably take a stop on the IB trade. So we'll see. Do I use the 6-minute IB? My understanding is that there is only one IB, no? The first hour of the market. I believe anything under that is an opening range. I may be wrong. Yeah, I gotta say it's not gonna work. Okay, we're below here. I gotta focus. Might be above this candle's high. I can do it after I'm waiting for a trade here. Okay, so if we go above this candle's high, I will execute the IB strat long. That'll probably be full contracts there. $89.75. 5, 4, 6. All right, orders are in. If we trigger above last candle's high, I will be getting long with a stop at under this low here. 68.75. If we make new lows, then I'll just wait. If we're going to be range bound, it makes sense that we're going to go back down to where we were. Yeah, this is a 2-minute time frame. It's just a waiting game now, guys. Greg, I don't know how to say your name. Greg. I do not. I share some of the rules on here on the stream, but everything else regarding the strategy is for the group I have. I've teach them this strategy. They trade it with me. It's open for the group.
Stop failed.
All right, trade is in. I got to put in my TPs now, my R multiples. I realized I could have moved my entry down to the next candle, but it is what it is. 2R is at 421. Why can't I move this? Okay. Four R is at 522. So this is what I say, like it takes 10 minutes tops, because I know what I need to do. I execute it, I place the limit orders, and that's it, right? It's full automatic from there, full automatic mode from there. Either my TPs get hit or I get stopped out. It's pretty straightforward like that. Like no emotional decisions after that, no bias, no opinions. Like it is what it is. But I need to put this other order in. All right. So I have that being copied across 10 accounts for the prop account, and then my personal account where I am risking, in this trade, I think I'm risking $900 maybe. Yes, the IB strat has a education area for it on top of, all the other market structure, my own strategy. Yeah, this IB strategy is for everybody in the group who joins. You don't have to, don't have to join. Who do I use for trade copier? I used Trade Syncer. Don't ask me questions about it. I don't know. All right. Just tell me to do it. I got it. That's it. No, I don't need to ask questions. I don't need to spend time on those things. I need to focus on the trading. Those are secondary things. Chris, do you change how much you are prepared to risk if you see it more choppy? No, the risk remains the same. It's a systematic strategy, right? It's a percentage-based position sizing. So the 4% risk that I am taking on every trade remains the same, regardless of my opinions of the market. Thanks, Fernando. I'm pretty much their spiritual advisor. So my risk remains the same. Think about it. So if the market's going down or if it's choppy, I'll probably go through stops, right? But as I'm going through those stops, the dollar value of that 4% risk decreases from $1,000 to 900, 800, 700, etc. And because of that, I'm risking less as a result, not based on my opinions, not based on what I think about the market. It is the strategy. When I am making more, like I have, in this crazy uptrend that we've had, my 4% risk since I started the strategy, it started at $500 risk. I'm at $1,100 now. So I have increased my size just because of gains alone. Not if I think this trade's going to work better than the other, not if, because it might not. So I'd rather automate that. And eventually, if the strategy continues to do well, hey, maybe it'll be risking $5,000 per trade. And that may seem a lot, but if you think about it, it's still 4% of the account. Yes, it's a percentage of the account size. And you have to earn your way to risking that kind of dollar amount per trade, right? Some of you guys are risking $200, $300 per trade account, and you may think the $1,100 that I risk or the $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 that XY risks is a lot. And cool, but it's a percentage of the account that you need to focus on. 4% is 4%. If the account has grown, I mean, I told you guys the $5,000 account I started with in March, it's at 24,000 now. So that's almost a 500% return. My risk should be significantly higher, right? So I've earned the right to risk more instead of going for bigger targets or holding for the whole day because I think it's going to run. Where am I really making my money? In my sizing, right? Because at full 6R for the day, I am making on an $1,100 risk. That's a 3.5R day. That's $3,500, $3,600, right? And that's where I'm making the money through the sizing, not on how long I can hold it. Like it's very rules-based, systematic. I have two accounts that only trade the IB strat. Yeah, the personal account, which is here on the left, it has 6 contracts, and then the IB strat has 4 contracts. And I'm doing 4 because I just got a payout yesterday for all these accounts, and my equity went from 107,000 to 103,500 or so. No, 103,900. And I like keeping a $3,000 balance in the funded account, so I have a drawdown cushion. Okay. So what I did now after collecting that payout is I've decreased my size a little bit to $450 per trade versus 500 or 550. That way, I can create a little bit more additional cushion on top of the $3,500 that I have. That way, so I can continue to weather any sort of drawdowns after a payout, right? But yeah, this is the 2-minute. My public is not, the group is not really public. I don't have a WAP link or anything like that. I like to keep it smaller. I can't have like 1,000 people in there. And I filter people, there's no like YOLOing. There's none of those, younger traders. So you can, send me a DM on X. I can tell you about the group. I can tell you the cost. Very inexpensive. I can tell you what what we talk about, what we discuss, what I share in the education, and then you can decide if you want to join or not. But I don't really have it public like that.
Hey,
XY, you look different. What's going on?
what's up? How you guys doing?
How you doing?
How you doing? What's going on? What happened?
What had happened was,
What had happened was fill me in. What happened?
I don't know. It's well, at least it's still DEI Fridays, guys. All right. So
Another day, another DEI.
yeah. XY forgot to pay his internet bill. I'm sorry. Not him. Jim. Jim didn't pay it for him. He is restricting him.
Jim went to Philly and shut the internet off on XY. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Vote
Chris,
to
for the
change her
4%
name.
risk per trade, how do you calculate your size per trade? Can you give an example on a 20K account? Yeah, here, I'll show you this. I actually created a position sizing indicator for TradingView, and I have two different ones here. On the right, and you can see I have NQ charts as well. But on the right, I have a position sizing calculator for the prop accounts. You see how this risk is $400 and it's risk per account, total accounts, right? So that's a specific for prop accounts. So as my entry triggers, I am looking at how many contracts I need to buy for each or all of the prop accounts for that dollar risk. On the left, I have the same NQ chart because I am then looking at the position sizing table for my personal account. And since I am risking more on my personal account, I get to have a higher risk. So you see the dollar risk here is $830, pretty much double what I'm risking for the prop accounts. And here's the 4%. You put in, the dollar amount for the account that day. I have to update that dollar amount daily. And then it calculates the 4% here. It tells me the dollar risk. It tells me the contracts per account, total contracts, total the risks, etc. So I created that on TradingView here so it can help me automate that and not have me, pressing buttons on a calculator trying to do the math. So almost in the house though. You in a trade or what's your plan for the day?
No, so I'm locked out of all my accounts.
Whoa. You had a killer week or what?
I had a really close call last night. I was red in Asia and I had to flip short and ended up green. But I told myself, I said, if I go green, I'm locking out. And it was like 1 a.m, locked out. And the NinjaTrader V lockout feature. If you lock out one, you're locking out of all. So yeah, my weekend is basically here, guys.
All right, I guess I'm the only one putting risk on today.
I'm still here watching all the charts and stuff. I'm not taking a trade. Fortunate. Lee Old Bum, no, I do not stream Globex. Can you imagine freaking up at 1 a.m. on stream? No, guys, I need a break.
I was up at 1 a.m.
But Chris, you and XY, you guys, I don't know which one of you guys mentioned it yesterday on the stream, but one of you was saying that gold looked like a really good short into Asia.
Yeah, you got you that?
And I got caught longing it.
Oh, really?
And yeah, I was green and didn't take in time, and then it ended up dumping on me. But I flipped short and ended up making my money back. But man, oh man, it was a very stressful Asia session. Not gonna lie.
Really?
Yeah, I should have just shorted right off the open. I just thought I didn't think they'd have it in them. Salma, what chart you vibing with today? Dude, all the charts. You guys should see I have 3 monitors right now dedicated to TradingView.
Right,
I got the call. I looked at my phone. I'm like, yes, I'm getting called to go on stream. I knew exactly what it was. I picked up mad quick too. It was like, I don't even think the phone rang. I just, hey, answer.
Who called you, Sav?
Yeah. No, yeah, Savannah called. I was like, Sav, pick up.
She was like, hey.
She goes, I've never had someone answer the phone so fast. Dude.
Put me in, coach. Put me in the game.
I was waiting.
Yeah, guys. So it looks like I'll probably get stopped out on the IB trades. The original long I have from this morning, I'll probably raise the stop here to 1R to lock in a little bit more. But this was a banger of a trade. I mean, it hit 6R, partialed all the way. That was my third trade for the day on my normal account. And that'll be, it for that. If the IB strat takes a stop here, it does have a rule that it will take 2 trades. So I am forced to take 2 trades. But look, after the gains I've made, I'll take 2 trades any day, and I welcome some stops.
Chris, you only ever really trade NQ, right?
For futures, yeah.
Interesting.
I just, look at so many stocks that I don't want to look at so many futures as well.
So I see you like them a little toxic.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Russell here is dumping pretty hard.
Hey, we need some flows over here on ARM. Help me out here.
On ARM flow is very rare, but if I see anything, yeah, I'll shoot you a message. I got you.
What about Dawkin? I know there has to be flows on that.
Dawkin, yeah. DOCN?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gotten some in the past couple days, for sure. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, no. Actually, we haven't gotten anything since April 23rd.
Oh.
But I'll keep an eye on that too, though. If I see something, I'll post
Chris,
it for
can you
you.
explain about backtest, what data to collect and how to analyze it? Austin, you know what? You're in store end of month or beginning of June. I think actually the 27th of May. Let me check here. The 27th of May, I will be doing a strategy sesh or inside the edge, right? I forget what name we're deciding to call it. Okay, so I got stopped out on, real quick. I got stopped out on the IB strat here, which is fantastic. I'll take those stops, right? I welcome that. But yeah, the 27th, I will be doing a hour-long sesh with Jim to go over a full cycle, right? From idea generation to iteration, back testing. Yeah, it's at 4 p.m. Eastern time, the 27th of May. Myself and Jim will be here for an hour with you guys. And the idea is to go over what I did for the IB strat here from idea, because in 4 months, I pretty much went from idea to payouts, right? The trade idea, when I saw something repeating through the IB, I said, okay, I need to put these rules together from my background from systematic trading. So going from idea generation to finding the parameters that can help you execute that idea, iterating through a backtesting process to see if that idea is profitable, right? If those parameters for that idea help you reach that objective, changing those parameters around. Then once you're comfortable with the 1 month backtest, what does a 3 month backtest look like? Then a year-long backtest to understand if there is real sustainable profitability. And then aligning that with parameters that prop accounts create for you to pass, right? Like these prop accounts, I've only bought them once. I passed the evals. I've gotten 2 payouts now for Lucid, 24,000 this month. My personal account has grown 18,000. So together that is what's 18,000 plus 23,000? That's $41,000 in 2 months that I've made from the strategy going live.
There I was sitting and doing the math, and then you beat me to it.
Which is fantastic, right? So I'm going to continue executing the strategy. I did buy more prop accounts to see if I can extract more from them while continuing to grow my personal account. If I can just make 100 grand from that strategy this year, I'd be ecstatic. But of course, I'm looking for more.
You're on track to making more than 100 grand.
Yeah, I am.
At this rate.
But it's also, it's a trend following strategy. So it does really well in uptrends or downtrends. Because of that, it's done extremely well. All I have to do is list you as a dependent to save on taxes. Listen, my taxes are what I used to make a year in my corporate job.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Look at XYZ. I guess the internet hasn't stopped him from trolling. You caught me. Sorry, buddy. Russell's about to make new lows. CL is pushing here back above 100. This is I think if YM turns over here, we're going right back down.
Yeah, I'm glad I took my partials on my original trade up there at 6R.
Good job. I don't think people realize how impressive 6R is, though.
You think so?
I mean, I don't trade based off of DRs and like keeping them in mind, but 6R is crazy.
All right, guys, I do have a rule here that I make two trade limit. So I'm focused once again here for another IB trade, which I may get stopped at, right? And I may have -2R day, which is within the strategy parameters.
Okay, guys, you already know we've been doing this all week. I've been basically begging you guys all week. If we get 1,300 viewers or 500 likes or 15 retweets on NinjaTrader's latest tweet, we will spin the wheel, pick some winners. It's Friday. I know you guys want to win some swag. It's literally the easiest thing you can do is just thumb up, repost, and obviously stay as a viewer. We're only 80 likes away from spinning the first wheel. Come on. You guys can do it. What do I see on ES? Honestly, not much right now. It's really struggling here at this 55 level to get above the 90 MA and the hourly. We do that, then, I do believe trend changes and we can start making some headway to the upside. But the fact that, Russell is hanging out at the lows, YM looks like it wants to start to curl back down, that's not really helping. We got 4 minutes left until this hourly closes, so we shall see. See. Yeah, this is a nasty hourly candle on the Russell here. Inside bar, almost looking like a shooter candle. I'm sorry, SC. I don't really have a bias right now on ES just because there's dispersion across the board. I would just wait. If you're not in a trade yet, I would just hold off on getting into one. I really don't see a setup right now if you aren't already in from like the open. Hard to go down with Microsoft ripping face. Yeah, I mean, Microsoft, Apple really putting in work right now. Google was doing something off the open and then it kind of just started to move sideways. That's
so
crazy.
No trigger for me here. This last candle is a little bit of an engulfing candle against the 9 MA, and the group and I are, we're doing our collective back testing, and we're identifying that when the bouncing candle engulfs the 9 MA, it does not lead to profitable trades. We still need more data on that, but another rule that we're sort of coming into is the spread between the entry and the stop. It's currently 80 points, and we've identified that over a 50-point spread, it leads to more stops, right? So that's the beauty of sharing the strategy with the group here that I have and us collectively back testing and doing our own data. We're working together as a team to understand and define more rules to make this strategy better over time.
Guys, we're 2 reposts away on the tweet. I would repost it, except my picture's not there. If someone can go in, do some AI, put my picture right next to Chris, right on top of XY's, I will repost it. Not gonna help you guys out. Let's go. 2 more people.
Justin,
Oh,
hopefully I answered that
we
with
got it.
my comment.
We got the 15 retweets. Let's pick a winner. Who's it gonna be? Guys, I'm really just here. They called me in just to announce giveaway winners. That's what I'm doing here today.
Spin the wheel.
Spin it. How many giveaways are we doing today? Tom, that's really up to you guys. There's 3 potential chances to pick a winner, right? 1,500 viewers, 500 likes, 15 retweets. We just got the 15 retweets. You guys can up the likes and we can do another giveaway. That's a noble job. Thanks, dude. It's the reason I wake up every morning. Guys, thank God I was up in time and I looked camera ready. Can you imagine they called me like, "Can you get on?" and I'm still in bed? Oh, our first pick of the day is an OG viewer. He is here all the time. Cos Perione. COSPERRONE. Are you here? He's usually here. Sorry, Twisted. Not quite. All right, new hourly just opened up. Damn. 30 seconds left. Yeah, he's usually here, but this is not looking good. All right, I guess we gotta pick someone else. Sorry, Cos. On to the next. Russell Bull's really holding on here, really trying super hard not to make new lows. Do we trust it though? I don't. Think we could puke. What would be the target? Another 15 points from here is what I could see us dropping to. Can you accept it on behalf of him? Unfortunately, no. I don't make the rules, guys.
So should be on later today, yeah. It's on every Friday. Why don't I close the long? Do you mean the long in the other account? I'm trailing my stop at 1R. And it's one contract out of 8 that I had after getting 6R in this trade. Why do I need to close it? We remain in an uptrend.
Okay, next pick is also someone who's always watching. George C. Trader. Are you here, George? Come to the front desk, please.
Chris, I do have back to my own strats. A hard spread stops work in some environments, not in others. Dynamic tends to produce. You mean dynamic stops? Are you saying you do dynamic stops across your strategies?
Oh, George, another one that's not here.
The position sign indicator that I created is just for trading view. How long have I been trading? 15 years.
15?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
I made my first trade in buying calls on silver when I was $20. When I was 20 years old, I made $1,500 and I thought I was king of the world. And then I lost $15,000.
Holy crap.
And then I lost more and more and more. On year 5, I became profitable.
Yo, oh my goodness. 15 years, holy crap.
Yeah.
Well, I have not been trading that long. I've been trading for 6. 6 in June. Well, actually, 6 in June for options. For stocks, I started like 6 months prior to that. Remember it being 2019, right at the end of 2019, going into 2020. B Hassan, it took me 3 years. But I started off trading options, not futures. I wish I started with futures.
You doubt we're still profitable? Who do you doubt that's profitable? We're making profitable trades here every day.
Let them doubt.
Sometimes in multiple accounts. What more do you need?
They need a live login.
Oh gosh.
All right, let's pick another winner. Kaz and Georgie both let me down. It's unfortunate.
Chris, do you just focus on just one strategy per account? Because I seem to have different approaches and I see them overlap close. So this is how I approach the market slogan. I have a long-term account that's long-term investments. I have a multi-strategy fund is what I like to call it. Long-term focus, medium term, which is swing trading, which is a medium-sized account, day trading account for cash flow, which is a more aggressive, higher growth account. And so the revenue from the day trading account goes into the swing trading account, and then the revenue from that swing trading account goes into my longer term investments. So it's a multi-strat fund.
The funnel.
Fund, like a multi-strat fund. If you think about your assets as a whole, then you have a fund. How do you allocate different dollars from that fund into what strategies, right? That's how you need to consider it. So day trading strategy, swing trading strategy, weeks to a month or two, and then longer term strategy where you buy good quality companies at a 30-40% discount, right? Buy Meta, buy Nvidia, whatever, right? And you're growing this compounding at a such faster rate through that combination.
Yo, Chris, let me hold an account.
Prop account? I'll give you a prop account.
Sure. Okay, we have our next pick for the winner, FU number 12. I don't know if that's FU or fun. I'm sorry, but reveal
fun
yourself.
Number. Sounds like a pyramid scheme. I'm not inviting you to anything. This is my own money.
Oh, they're here. Let's go. Lucky winner number 3, or lucky pick number 3, I should say. Spin that wheel.
The Wheel of Futures.
Yeah, I've known Jack for like 10, 12 years.
A hoodie. Let's go. Guys, 10 more likes and we can do another giveaway. It's not that hard. FU number 12, I hope you wear that hoodie in good health, my friend. And we got 512 likes. We'll pick somebody else pretty soon. Sorry, Chris is like trying to talk like markets and trying to talk about his fund and his strat. And then I'm over here talking about winner this, winner that. Sorry.
It's hey, as long as we're both winning, different ways, but
Bro. What's up, Tracy? How are you doing? What's a guy got to do to get a hoodie around here? Tom, when I find out what I got to do, I'll let you know what you got to do.
Hey, Luis, thanks for tuning in. I don't know, maybe Salma has a better answer for that. This is my first experience with prop accounts
What's the question?
from Luis.
Hold on.
Luis Ricardo Geraldo Rodriguez Tercero is one of those names.
The third?
Yeah,
Or do you guys do junior? You guys do juniors.
we do juniors.
You guys do juniors. Could you say what prop firm works better with Ninja? I'm thinking Apex could be a good option. Honestly, I think any prop firm that offers Ninja is going to be good with Ninja. Like, I don't think there will be one that's better than the other. But like, you should go with the most reputable ones: Lucid, Apex, Tradeify. What else? What else is out there? My Funded Futures. So yeah, Apex could definitely be a good option for sure. For sure, skis. Okay, I can't believe who our next winner is. And if they're not here today, I'm gonna be upset. Yo mama, dash 1505. Come claim your prize. Yo mama, where you at?
Your mama's always here. What's going on?
They're picking everybody who's usually here. Oh, yo mama is here.
Yo mama.
Let's
I don't wanna
freaking
say it.
go.
Yo mama, come on.
The Wheel of Futures.
Bing bong, you get a t-shirt. Give it to your mom.
Bing bong.
Bing bong. Austin, that's
Hey.
not my code. Stop it.
Hey, Chris, what are you looking for in your second setup on the IB? You're looking for the sum. I am. Look, I was actually looking for a setup here. I'll show it on this chart because so we had a little contraction here. Okay. And we had a breakdown. Let me actually write that on my group so they can watch.
TTG,
Okay.
I've never used Take Profit Trader, but they're reputable. They're good.
So we had a breakdown here to create a new low, and the entry looks to take the long at a break of the lower high. So from this move lower here, we needed a bounce to create a lower high into the 9 MA, which is this black moving average. We instead did what? We went all the way across the 9 MA. We engulfed price action. We engulfed the 9 MA. And when that happens, there's no trade because there's no lower high. Right, where is the lower high? This is actually a higher high. So it does not meet the entry parameters of not just this strategy, but my setup. It has to be a lower low, lower high into the 9 MA, because what I'm looking to do is engage in the reversal of that lower high, because when that happens, you have confirmation that this is now a higher high, higher low uptrend. But we didn't get that. We got an engulfing candle, and no rules were met as a result. I had another question here. I answered that one. How many points are your R's? It depends on the spread between the entry and the stop. In my earlier trade, my entry was 86. My stop was at 53. So that was a 33-point stop. So each R multiple is 33 points away from the spread. But it can be 20 points. It can be 40 points. Somebody was asking on my rotation. My average stop over time is between 25 and 35 points. How do you figure out how much of your quote unquote fund to allocate where? Well, that depends on your objectives, Usually the general rule is you're your more aggressive allocation is 20, 25%, because that is extremely aggressive, right? A lot of leverage on that, a lot of growth. And the idea is that in 5 years, 10 years from now, whatever it is, you want that to grow into your overall balance. For example, let's say you have your overall portfolio is 100 grand. Okay. So then you do 20,000 into the growth. And the idea is that at a certain this date, the 20,000 grows into 100,000, while the 100,000 continues to grow. Does that make sense? Like it wants to achieve 4 times the growth rate of the rest.
How do you
From what I've
determine?
learned.
Sorry,
What?
go ahead.
No, what'd you say?
I was gonna say, how do you determine when to pay yourself out, and like from which do you pay yourself out? Because I know you like to like move money from one place into the other so that you're like always investing. But like, yeah, how do you determine?
So that'll be, depending on your objectives, depending on your lifestyle, but the easiest answer would be where are you making the least amount of dollars, right? If you have a swing trading account that's multi 6 figures, well, you can imagine that your dollar returns on that are, significant. And if you have a futures or day trading account that's making you $2, $3, $5,000 a month, well, hey, live off that or use that for your lifestyle and not touch the ones where you're making the larger dollars, because that's actually more, it's a higher balance. Does that make sense? Like, why touch from that balance when you can touch from the balance that's significantly lower, but it's also can be more consistent?
I get it.
Because eventually, you don't, like, I personally don't want to day trade all my life. So what do? I'm allocating dollars into my larger accounts, because with swing trading, or you do leaps or you do these long-term options. Eventually, if you have a really good strategy, well, your sizing can go up and you can make $10, $20, $30,000 over 2 months and not need to day trade as much, right? Later in life, of course, right? When we're done day trading. But I don't want to be 50 and day trading still. I want to have a significant 7, 8 figure account and make high 6 figures, 7 figures a year from that, and not need to day trade.
Interesting.
What if you have a DJ Khaled lifestyle and need 50K a month live? Then you need like 50 prop accounts to easily make that $50,000.
There's people on Twitter who'll tell you 50K is nothing.
Yeah, it's a lot.
There were
guys.
people arguing on Twitter the other day saying 12K a month is very easily attainable. And like in trading, it can be, but 12K is a lot, dude. You're making someone's freaking, people don't even make that in a month, let alone a week or 2 months, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, it is a lot.
It is. People
Like,
are
unless
out of
you're
their
living
minds.
a high expense lifestyle, like, you should be saving a lot of that money. You can
I'm
live
with you
a
on
good
that.
life on $10,000 a month. Do I use ATR to calculate your RR? No. Speaking of backtesting, is there any software automated backtest? I do not like doing automated backtests. I only do manual ones because I like to develop. I mean, it may sound weird, but I want to be as aligned with price action as much as I can, and I need to do a manual backtest so I can see what has happened in the past. I can, from doing manual backtest, you learn more about price action in doing that, right? How does price action act around your entry? How does price action act around your stop? What does it look like when there's a big, strong move? And you start to develop these scenarios, right? These patterns that are just not related to your rules, but and you grow more as a trader as a result, and you develop more experience. And I prefer that over automated. If you go through a drawdown, also, are you going to trust? Like, how are you going to deal emotionally, right? So if I'm going through a drawdown, but I'm looking at price action, I understand it, I can, sit in that drawdown better. So you don't want to be a 50-year-old trader, day trade like me. It's just different objectives. I have health issues, right? I've had 2 kidney transplants. I don't know what my future will look like. Will I get sick again? Will I need another kidney? How will my lifestyle be then if I am sick? I used to be bedridden a lot. I used to not have energy. So you can imagine that I won't have the energy to day trade, right? So I have a strong focus right now on making the most amount of money I can to create my own fund and that help myself and my family. So we don't need to worry about working if I get sick again, right? So
I respect that a lot.
So I don't want what I went through with my family the first time to happen again. They filed for bankruptcy. We lost all our money because it went towards saving my life. And then 2008 happened at the same time. So you can imagine that combination really broke us. So, if I don't want them to be 80 years old trying to take care of me because I didn't prepare for the future. And why do I need a day trade at that point if I am sick, right? Like I should have significant 7 figures, if not 8 figures by then to take care of everybody.
Damn.
No medical debt. What software for manual backtest? I do it myself.
Yo, you can't go from that to talking about software. You can't just
Got everybody in their feeling.
I'm over here feeling so bad, sitting here like, damn, like my problems are not even that big. And then, software. You can't do that. Oh, God.
This is just my life. I've been through it all.
Yeah, I respect it a lot. I respect your hustle mindset right now. And, hopefully you never have to go through that again. But the fact that you're preparing says a lot about you as a person and as a man.
Thank you.
Yeah. Don't feel bad, feel inspired. I'm both. Side flows, I'm both.
I have not, Brandon, but good. I'll make a note of that. Thank you. I didn't say that, George. I said my transplant cost 7 figures. I did not have 300 grand in debt. I will never check out of trading. Like I will continue to do this all my life. We continue higher, and somebody was telling me to close my long. We're in an uptrend, my guy. Why would I close my long just because of a little bit of chop?
It's crazy. You have ES and Q pushing. I mean, I guess it's not that crazy because this has been the entire MO the past week. Obviously, Russell just made new lows. YM is just kind of sitting here in limbo doing nothing. And this is exactly what Craig spoke about earlier in the week about how when NQ is pushing, they'll sell YM. And when YM is pumping, they'll dump NQ. And that's kind of what we've been seeing here all week. Now I feel like YM's trying to make a decision. What is it going to do here? Because it's going to do something.
Where do I backtest? Through TradingView, through the replay function, and then through Excel. You want to see what it looks like? So this is a 2025 backtest here for the IB strat. It made 200% last year. So it's pretty much this, manually going through each day. I take a screenshot. I make some comments on it. I document the entry, the stop, where the TPs are, right, per my rules. The dollar gains, the R gains positive or losing, screenshots. All right, so this is not a full year, sorry. This is until September, and then September to January, I have it in a different tab. So altogether, I think it made 332%. But that was at a fixed $500 risk. Sorry, $600 risk. I'm now doing a 4% risk, which should mean that it should make more. This is it. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward.
Looks like ES 10-minute is flagging here. It's kind of looking like how it looked yesterday, Chris, where it was just
Yeah, you're right.
in this like tight wedge. What do you call it? Wedge or a pennant?
I call it a
Doesn't-
wedge.
Okay, a wedge.
Same thing though, right?
Yeah. I mean, I see it here, just visually eyeing it. It looks good. Yeah, it looks good for continuation.
Do I share this Excel sheet? Yeah, with the group. Guys, I don't want to keep, sorry, I don't want to keep plugging the group, but I have a group for a reason, and I share everything with them to help them, become profitable and make more money in their lives. It's a trading group, it's a Discord.
Did you manually do that Excel sheet, or is it like
manually?
you did?
Yeah.
Nice.
It takes a while, but
yeah. I mean, like,
But-
not only are you back testing, but you got to sit there and you got to put it into the Excel sheet.
yeah, I was doing at least an hour a day, but
That's a lot.
some I was doing like 3 hours a day just so I can finish the back testing. Yeah, Adam is in the group. There's a couple of people on here that are from the group. They can share, their experience.
They even came to Miami, guys.
Yeah, they were in Miami as well. They're real people.
They're not robots.
They're friends now. I told them that if the IB strat hits 100 grand and gains this year, I'll book an Airbnb for all of us to meet up.
You're just gonna go blow the 100 grand.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that for one Airbnb, but I don't mind booking it for 4 days. How does my answer help you in trading, Gian? It doesn't matter how much I make. I can be trading a small account. I can be trading a large account.
People are always infatuated with like how much money other people make.
Yeah, I just share what I made with the IB strat, and that's just one strategy. I made $41,000 in 2 months. One strategy, and I have 3.
Let me hold $1, yo. Let me hold an account. I'll take a prop account too.
All right, I'm gonna move my stop now in my original long below this sort of swing low area. Swing higher low. It's like a higher low. Matt, you can send me a message on X. I can tell you about the group, tell you what we cover. If you're interested in joining, we can have that conversation there. I don't have a Whoop link. It's nowhere online.
Whoop. It's WAP.
WAP. I don't have a WAP link. I like to have a conversation with people first because I do filter some people out. Lumi thought it was Whoop too.
You thought it was Whoop? Guys, it's 1-0, not 00. Whoop is like the watch or whatever thing that like tracks your steps and stuff. Is it track your steps or is it track your sleep?
Your sleep.
Yeah, that. That's a Whoop. It's
Thanks,
WAP.
guys. Thanks, Jose. Adam.
Whoop, there it is. Oh, God.
All right, I got to check out my swings.
Of course, they
Money I'm
had that
losing.
as a soundbite. Does not shock me. You guys, we don't give production enough credit. Holy crap. You said check on your swings. I went to check on mine.
I
Nice,
know.
nice.
Oh, you're up?
Yeah, I grabbed some new positions yesterday.
What
I'm
did you
in.
buy that you're up? We saw a gap down. I'm down. I see all red. I mean, I am hedged with SQQQ, so that's helping a bit, but I'm down
Yeah.
still.
I entered FIVN calls yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yesterday's the 14th? Yeah, I entered yesterday. And that's up right now. And then I'm slightly up on my TTD shares. That's about it. And I also have FIVN shares as well, so those are both up.
Do you ever get
Holding me afloat.
any flows for like software like crowd and pawn? Those things are flying.
No, but like small cap software names got a ton of flow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like this past week, flow has actually been so good for small caps. I'll share some with you later. But yeah, there was a lot.
Interesting.
What's up, guys?
Hey, good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Morning,
You guys are on the
morning.
same theme, your background.
Yeah, we
Oh,
text each
yeah.
other. We coordinate that.
Oh, it is.
Oh, where's your blue light? Why both pink?
Hold on.
Fix
Hold
it
on.
immediately. Immediately.
Well, shoot. They're too close together. It's hard to switch one and not the other. There we go. There we go.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. Way better.
How you doing today? Feeling good?
Yep.
Good,
Yeah,
good.
how are
How's
you?
your birthday?
Good. Oh, so good.
Oh, it's your birthday? Happy birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
When was it?
Yesterday.
Oh, what'd you do?
We went I took Willow out of school early for a baseball game. And
Nice.
it was awesome. She is just now at the age where she like is interested in what's going on in the game because she plays softball, and it was really cool. Like, this is the first time we've ever gone and she like wanted to watch the game. It was crazy. She saw that Connor Griffin stole second and she was like, "You could do that? I'm gonna do that at softball." I'm like, "You can't do that. You can't do that at softball. It's different rules for kids." But it was awesome. I started to get a bunch of texts at, like, in the fifth inning, and I was like, "What the hell's going on with my phone?" And Willow and I were on TV, and a bunch of my friends saw it, and it was really funny. So that was cool. It was
Yeah,
great.
whoever took that recording of you guys, that's a real friend.
Yeah, somebody watched it and recorded it. It was nice. But now I get to go tonight with Jim. Probably it will be slightly different experience. We might still get on TV. Maybe for different reasons. I don't know.
You guys trading in any trades?
Oh, yeah.
So I traded long today on my Steam on ES. I entered another one at pullback because it's my runner stop at break even. I closed most position off at 74.64. So then they traced to my break even, so I entered again there.
Nice.
Nice.
Well, I was long there similar with. Oh, wait, no, you're trading. Yes.
Yes.
Similar entry though for NQ. What about you? So
I had pretty much my bread and butter Friday happen today. We came down to this, the weekly -1 at 29,106 or so. Failed auction and I just got long, was long the whole thing, bought the overnight low again. Had to get, I got out at the 24-hour VWAP on those accounts. Then I had to switch accounts because I had everything locked up. And I was like, all right. And now I am long this retest of these 260s here. I guess looking for the gap, but I'm pretty much hit everything I wanted to hit. This I'd be pretty surprised if in a neutral to bullish environment these previous day lows don't fill on ES and NQ. I don't know. It would be weird, but so I'm still holding out for that. But yeah, this weekly -1 back to the weekly VWAP itself on a Friday, a big setup for me. So I just slapped that guy and partied on.
Nice, nice, nice.
Yeah. Yes, chill vibes today.
What are you guys' targets now?
I'm just looking for previous day low.
Hey, me too.
Już.
Cool.
Wait a minute. Oh, I got it. You long, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. My target on ES long at 74.71 and then 74.78.
Yep. I like that 78 spot. I didn't do any ES business today. It's been kind of faking me out a little bit.
It's looking good.
Yes, it is looking good. This week, I normally look at ES and NQ same time all day, and we'll trade both. Sometimes ES because I can get a little more. I don't know. I'm more comfortable trading minis on ES than I am on NQ for sure. But
Of course.
sometimes, yeah, this week ES would. I'd be watching NQ. NQ's doing the thing, and I look over at ES, and it's just stuck here being dragged around by something. So I was like, I'm looking for the move in the wrong place. So I'm just chilling with micros on NQ today. Also, I think I'm still in an ice cream coma from yesterday. I ate an obscene amount of ice cream. I even got the waffle cone bowl from Brewster's. I went hardcore.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed your day.
Thanks. It was cool.
It was cold yesterday, though.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we wore we had each had three or four layers on at the ball game.
Oh,
And you were
really?
still cold?
No, we were okay. I like a cold ball game. I mean, I got some home openers. It snows here, so I don't know. I like it. You have to learn. You have to learn to enjoy the pain of winter if you're going to exist in this part of the world. So
I felt like this winter was not that bad. Other people may disagree, but I thought it could have been way colder. Winter had a little mercy on us. But Chris, it looks like DEI Fridays has come to an end.
no, you still got 20.
No,
You still got
we go
23
until 9
minutes.
or
No,
12.
I know we still go till 12, but it's no longer DEIs.
That's not
Oh.
true. I could probably check a box.
He's 2% something, okay?
I'm on the spectrum. Does that count for anything?
I don't know. We can let chat decide that one.
That's SDEI.
Yes, thank you. Yes, if we make the acronym big enough, I can count for something.
SDEI Fridays.
How's the chat doing? Everybody okay?
How yin's doing?
How yin's doing? Me and Jim are going downtown later.
Oh yeah, when does he land?
2:30, he said. He's
Are you
got-
picking him up, or he's doing his own thing till you guys hang later?
Nah, he can get his own ride from the airport. He doesn't need to ride in the Prius. He can ride in a proper vehicle.
What's wrong with a Prius?
Nothing. It's just like today could be the day it dies. That's the thing with the world's oldest car. You never know. Every day you get in that thing, you're rolling the dice.
Those are the cars that last the longest too. They're the ones you can. It's always the new ones that's got issues.
That's what I'm saying. The other thing about the PA today and why I don't know. I'm still neutral. This ES struggling with this 57 to 59 on the high time frame ES chart. Let me pull that baby up. Boop. This is the top of the monthly band, and it really doesn't want to go up here. This LVN is pretty ridiculous up here too. So there's some seller up here in the 74.60s that is pissed. It might take
460s. Is that
Yeah.
ES?
Yeah, yes. So
Oh,
as I'm
yeah, it's not moving.
as I'm watching NQ, so like the way I look at them both is ES is neutral to bullish on the week, but we have failed out of this upper band on the monthly. And so when those two things are conflicting, I try to pause and not get too excited and just plan to hold this thing all day. Because if we can't get back in this band, retrace value is the next plausible outcome. Which would be monthly view up here at 73.75, and then 72.93 is the other side of that value. I mean, that shit won't happen today, most likely, but somebody selling this is a sign for me to be wary of continuation, as much as I want this gap to fill on a Friday for America. But and NQ isn't in its band either. So they've both failed out of their upper monthly bands. So we're now in it's less piss missile territory, I guess, is how to say it.
YM looks like it wants to make new lows. I'd watch Russell here to also roll over.
See? That's what I
Hey,
need.
team, I stop at break even.
I need
Right,
Salma
team.
in the house.
Yeah, that's
Telling
what
me
I'm
what the
here
hell
for,
the Dow's
guys.
doing.
That's what I'm here for. I can see Russell dropping another 13 points from here. Potentially even, let me do the math in my head. Hold on. Another 16 points from here as well. So you got this little zone from 27.86 to 27.90. That is like that's where I would take profit if you're short. Or at least trim.
On RTY,
Yeah, on the Russell, yeah.
I would
Oh.
like to see 27.87.
Yep. So it's basically like in between those two levels that I have. I drew 27.90 off of the hourly. It's like the bottom of that wick
Mhm.
from Monday, May 4th. And then I have previous week low right below it at 27.86. So it's just like somewhere between here I would like take profit. I wouldn't continue to hold. But let's see. Even gold is starting to pull back as well, guys.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough when you're looking at for me, it's tough when you're looking at like a bearish day on ES. Like we open, massive sell-off, bounce, and we're just kind of kicking off the open. So, I mean, we haven't spent hardly any time above RTH open. And whoever this turkey is at 74.60 is just, they have all the ammo. They've successfully sold it off now. I don't know, five times. So this is a bearish day. But
So technically, you're right, because SPX also traded into the gap, RTH gap. So we didn't hit 25%. That's bad because we got huge RTH gap. But we
yes.
hit inside sell sentiment area. So technically, we can drop from where we are right now. So I will be okay with this. I just don't see structure for shorts yet. But technically, yes, it can happen.
Yeah, I can't get in a short either. It's just like, I don't know. When my different time frames are not clicking and some of them are doing the opposite thing, I kind of have to just be happy with what I got for the day and not plan for any sort of continuation, because it's just like, it's a bit of a mystery for now. They'll show us by the end of the day what the hell is going to happen, but by then we won't be able to trade it. It'll be over. And then you can only trade it on social media, folks. There you can still post it, but in real life, not as easy.
Well, I
It's
am
about
just
to hit my
sliding
break
right
even.
now.
And break even. Well, I'm out. It's fine. Still up
It's
on the
fine.
day.
It's fine. They're going to give us more chances today. I feel good about it.
Yeah, let's see.
OPEX chop.
No,
Oh, yeah.
Mitch, I didn't. Is it OPEX?
Yeah.
Mhm.
OPEX? OPEX?
OPEX. Yeah.
OPEX. I don't know. I was saying whoop.
So it's like
wop.
it's
I know
it's the
you
same
were.
way
That
you
was
would say
great.
options.
Woo.
Options.
It's
OPEX.
WOP, guys. I never ever
Whoop.
WAP. Like what
It's
the
WAP.
heck? WAP.
Juggalos.
WAP.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like how?
Oh man,
Thanks,
that's good.
Rumo.
WAP.
No, Mitch, I did not vibe code absorption stuff. That's OFL stuff. The only thing I've successfully vibe coded are just those extensions that I made. Also vibe coded the whole website, so I haven't tested it yet, so it could still die.
Yo, I was vibe coding when Savannah called me. I was like, oh shoot.
Friday with Claude canceled.
Yeah. Well, Claude was frustrating me though, because like whenever you give it like a new prompt or like something new to do, it completely forgets about the other stuff and then starts to
Oh,
switch
yeah.
stuff around. And I'm like, I never told you to change that. I just told you to change this. And it just like, it's frustrating.
I'm gonna
I
scalp
can't say
this.
please and thank you to Claude when it's acting up.
Come on. There you go. All right, I added. Basically, I'm in the same trade again. We'll see how mad they get.
Claude will kick your ass if you get out of line. Yeah, Shapcap, it seems that way.
Ooh, pretty quickly rejected. We'll see if I can get away with this. They're gonna stop me out.
There you go. YM just swept that level I have here at 602. See what buyers do.
Do something, buyers.
If they don't, we're going down to 544. But
YM just
YM
closed
loves
below weekly open. That's
yeah,
first
YM loves to
signal.
respect levels.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see.
Because it's old.
Yeah.
There's a lot of respect for things.
Let's see what happens. They're stepping in.
Gonna be a meetup June 18th, NinjaTrader meetup. I don't know if
In
that
London?
includes us, does it?
Nah, that's
I think
just
it's
London.
invite only.
That's their own. I don't want to go anyways.
It sounds like you kind of want to go.
It's cold over there and it rains. Who wants to do that trip anyways? It's like 20 hours from California.
I might go.
Our breakfast is better. I'm good.
I have always wanted to go to London. I
Me
tried to
too.
do it a very long time ago as a musician. And fun fact about me, that's the only time I was ever arrested.
Oh,
What?
Hey, yo.
It wasn't as
Little
cool as it sounds.
bad boy, you.
I had the wrong paperwork. And so I was trying to go from France. I was trying to take the ferry from Calais over to England, and I had the wrong work papers, and they thought that I was coming in to work illegally. And so they detained me for 24 hours in boat jail.
On a boat?
It was pretty chill. Well, no, it's like they're right there at the ferry. So the ferry has a jail. Immigration has a jail.
Oh.
So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so they turned me around. I didn't get to go.
It's crazy. You
So
were
yeah,
so
there you go.
close.
A little fun Stowe lore. It was pretty cool. I mean, they had TV, so like it was fun. We got to watch like French TV, and like they gave us food. It was okay. But I missed all those shows. I really wanted to play those. They're gonna stop me out of view up. This is nice. I mean, this buy. Okay, I need that buyer to win. Come on, 80s guy.
CL pushing here.
Kind of strange to see Q failed to take 10 a.m. high, so it created equal highs, but at the same time, it failed to
Nice.
take previous daily low level.
Nice. Let's go. Come on, a little bit more. Just a smidge bit.
Lumi,
There we
look
go.
at NQ hourly right now. We have 11 minutes for it to close. If it looks like this, kind of looks like they want to drop it. Like this could be like a reversal back down. That's what it looks like here.
We might get another IB trade here, guys. I gotta take it, even if it fails. Let's see.
I still like this. There's
I
still a
think it's
buyer
quite
there.
interesting because ES just it trades back to discount, which is actually good, but at the same time, NQ is still fighting. I would say NQ looks way more bullish compared to ES. So let's see. Interesting spot.
Ah, they only let me get 2 off. All right.
If I will decide to short, it will be on NQ only. Because ES too much in discount.
Oh, weird. Oh. For some reason, my stop wasn't in there. That was odd. All right, let me see. Make sure those are all canceled.
All right, looks like I'll take a stop here on my original morning trade at what is this, 2R? No, 1.5R on the last small runner at 60 points. And that'll be my morning, other than a possible IB trade.
Pretty big passive bid right there. I'm not going to jump on it, though. Let's see what happens. All of this. This is a buyer. Right, though, our mid too. It's all these previous highs. Okay.
It looks good here. We got minor SMT at highs, at pullback.
Watch bid.
Let's see if it's going to break 240. I may try this 245 with 3 micros or so. We will see now.
All right, we got in. Nice. All right.
Wait, Lumi, you went short?
Not yet.
Lumi might be right. If that, I agree.
Just would like to see break below 245. I will try to short with 3 micros.
Yep, that's a good. There is a seller backing up your idea right there too.
Yeah, I like it. Would say maybe wait for the hourly to close and the new hourly to open up, because they might want to pop it off the open just a little bit. Probably have a better entry. And then I'm seeing crude here pushing. Crude just took out basically pre-market high, and we have a gap to fill on crude till about like 101.90, 102, something like that. So it could go for that gap fill. Just keep an eye on crude.
I might be on Lumi's team. I'm not trying to fade Lumi's idea because it's usually pretty good. And there's a seller there. So this little auction showed up. This is passive seller now at the RTH VWAP. I took 2 lots off. So this is a break-even trade now. If they stop me out below that low. So buyer here, seller here. Somebody has to lose. I guess we could just sit here for the next 4 hours. That's possible too. Ooh, ES does not look happy though.
Yeah, this looks real dumpy. I feel like there's something missing. I'm impaired now that I can't even trade this.
Good here.
I'm locked out, guys. So I'm living vicariously through all of you.
They got to smash that. They got to get this 40 guy. There it goes.
All right, I took a stop
Ooh.
on my last runner here,
Dump it.
Beautiful.
and this trade is done for the morning.
I'll rip the Dom over here for a second. So this was a big iceberg here, 238, 232. You can see him now. So this is a seller that is very on sides below that number.
Oh, there goes YM. Still dropping.
ES approaching 10 a.m. open and Q still above this level. So once ES breaks below 10 a.m. open, it will be a second confirmation of NQ short. Let's see. Still fighting with 245, but I start liking this short on NQ. First TP will enter. Let's see. Actually looks good. Will be 10 a.m. open at 145. And final TP will be 056, 057, around so.
Yeah, I have the same level for
Trying.
NQ,
Good
56,
try.
73.
Oh.
Like this one.
I tried it again. I got stopped out there. Okay. Definitely chilling now.
RTY really close to that that level I said earlier, 2790.
Looks good.
There's
Yes,
just
just 10 a.m.
I gotta
open
zoom
here.
out a
Second
bit.
confirmation of shorts on NQ.
dump it.
Oh man, nasty work.
1, 2, 3, 4. Nice heap of ES 10 a.m. open. On ES. NQ needs to stop fights and will be nice short now. Not now, like really soon. What about YM? YM below 10 a.m. open, right? YM
Yeah,
close
YM
below
at
weekly
lows.
open. Looks good to me.
There we go. Come on. Ooh, it's just running into somebody. The tape is almost too quick to read, but they are stacking up on the bid.
We have a good low here at
There we go.
mid IB level.
Oil straight up.
There we go. Cool. All right. I had actually put 8 into that one. That's good. I'm down to 2 now.
Baller alert.
Oh, you long?
Micros, Chris.
Bill, baller alert.
Yeah, I do batches of 4. I was talking to a friend about scaling in and out and how that is oftentimes seen as controversial, not to be all in, all out. But I did put 4 on here at 47, and then I added 4 more at 41, knowing that for that quick scalp, I'm just leaning on this 240 guy. I don't know if it's going to work, but I got 20 points on 6 lots. So I'm just scalping, and when the tape's moving this fast, it feels like a good enough move to me.
All right, buyers trying again on YM off of the 602 level. Possibly it's giving sellers a re-entry on shorts, but we are approaching this hourly candle close, so just be careful. They can pop it off of the new hour.
I've noticed occasionally there's a 1205 algo that does something. I don't know what it is, but it's just like it's a little 1205 burst. Sometimes he's friends with me, sometimes he's not friends with me.
Yeah, I don't know. I never realized that, but they could push YM a little bit higher here, maybe to probably like 700 weekly open. See how we react there, and then if it does start to get a little bit weak, then you can enter in shorts. But if not, then YM can be the one to lead us right back up. But NQ hourly looks disgusting to me. This is literally inflection point. Are you listening to Eminem?
No, I'm trying to get production to play my jam.
Oh.
That was funny.
No, I turned on, I got country jams going today. I'll probably switch them out. I think my coffee is finally kicking in, but I was tired. Also, the kid would not go to sleep. I think she had so much, she had so many Cokes yesterday. We were both breaking all the rules yesterday. I'm like, real Coke? Yes, let's go. We will drink the real Coca-Cola today.
Oh yeah.
And then we just
Junk
read The Hobbit
food.
forever. We've been reading The Hobbit. She loves it.
No, guys, I'm not in trade. Otherwise, I would show you.
Lumi, did you need to get a close down there of some kind below that 45?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would like to enter as a break. Going to come back in a moment.
Guys, my time is up.
You want to wait till Lumi comes back? At least Stowe's not alone.
Nah, it's cool.
What happened? She left?
I used to.
She got business ducked.
They used to stick me here for an hour by myself. It was just me chatting my feelings, so I'll be all right. You can hang
Chris
out
is
with
like,
me,
well,
Salma.
I'm out.
Chris is like,
Stay,
listen,
Salma.
it is
I'll
12
stay.
and 1 second, and I gotta go.
I'll be a good friend. I'll stay. Chris, you have a great weekend.
Bye, brother.
Later, guys. You guys have a good weekend.
You
Chat,
too,
take
homie.
care. We'll see you guys next week, all right?
Ciao, ciao.
Hey, guys.
Imagine they just force him to stay.
Oh my
no,
God,
they
double business
ducked
duck.
him too.
Has this ever happened before?
No, this is
Oh my
crazy.
God.
Wait, business duck me too, so we can just take the screenshot.
It's just me. It's just me and 3 business ducks. This is terrible.
Duck squared.
Dude, Willow would love that.
Back.
That was
Hey,
awesome.
Dasha.
All right. You guys have a good rest of your session. Chat. Have a great
Thank
weekend.
you.
Be safe.
See
Catch
ya.
you guys on Monday. Ciao.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Will.
Well, how you living, Dasha? You in that new house yet?
Not yet.
All
Not
right.
yet. My husband actually moved out like 2 weeks ago. It's only me here and my kids because we're waiting for end of the school year.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I remember.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay.
So are you going to do new Lumi office setup, or
yeah.
are you just going to
Yes.
clone this one?
No, it's going to be a completely new one.
Sick. Okay.
It should be
Cool.
cool. Yeah.
I'm excited.
Me
That's
too.
That's a big move. Background change. All right.
Yeah, it will be completely new background.
Sick. That's cool. Okay. Background change is nice. When I swap this one out, it's a huge deal. Except my new cat. Oh, he just did it. He keeps knocking over the lights. Rusty. This cat is trouble. No one should ever get a cat. They're
My mom
maniacs.
has 3. I guess 3. Oh my God. Oh
You
yeah.
told me no pets for Dasha, right? Done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Done.
Until those kiddos can take care of them.
Mm-hmm. Nice reaction on yes from 10 a.m. open. We just swept this level on immediate rejection.
Yep.
But kind of tricky at the same time. Let's see. YM back above weekly open. So let's see, it's going to be in sync. So maybe I will stay bullish until the end of the day at this point. Not now, but you just need to stay above weekly open.
It sure is. It sure is rotational today, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Okay.
Someone got 2 cats, 2 baby twins, and toddlers. Ah, come on. Come on. That's wild. I have 2 boys, 2 sons, 5 and 6. That's too much.
Willow loves cats. She's also like a cat whisperer somehow. Like she is a cat, like park cat. They just she knows how to talk to them. They listen to her. It's weird. He doesn't care anything about what I have to say. It's just like this guy. Nope. No rules. Yeah, crayon lines. Nice timing on that target. That's why I put limit orders in obvious places, man. Yeah, like 24-hour VWAP. This thing has been kind of a pain in the ass on both sides. So if I'm going to take it, I'm going to take it. Just get back down to 1, especially when this seems like, I don't know. I don't really have any conviction. The only thing I have left for this day to do is go fill the gaps. But we're neutral on the day, neutral on the month, neutral on the week. Anything can happen. So happy to bank the points.
Oh, you're still long. I'm flat now.
Mia, yeah, that's too far. How I feel about a stop is if I can't get away with, no, that's not how I want to say this. Okay, if I had a big high time frame target, like if I felt like I had the low of the day and was shooting for something like 400 points away, this rarely happens to me, but sometimes it'll happen. And when it does, I'll allow myself a greater than 15-point stop loss on NQ. But 95% of the time, if I can't live with a 15-point stop loss, I'll be able to get back in. So like you asked if I should put it down here below this low. No. Because if I get stopped and we come down a little lower and then a buyer comes back in, I'll just buy it again. It's fine. But chances are, if we get below this stuff and hit the stop, then we're going to keep going. We're going to sweep that low. We're going to go down here to the -1. We're going to go down here to this little node, etc. So I'd rather just get stopped, reassess. It saves me money in the long run. Saves me headache, maybe.
Yes, keep being bearish in my opinion. NQ really fighting, but YM broke above weekly open again, which means as long as we're below weekly open, I would like to look for shorts only. My concern right now, ES, only ES above weekly open. NQ also just broke below weekly open, which makes me feel like if we're going to stay below, like should drop way more. So technically, there is room to go lower at this point on ES to aim for 74.05, 74.04, somewhere there.
Yeah, when they chop around like when they make a ton of volume around the weekly open by the end of the week, it's a nightmare. Like right now, they're making it the point of control.
Because weekly candle looks so bad at this point.
Yeah.
Barely have body. Oh, I don't like it. That's why I expect to get expansion today. I saw we trading at weekly open. Like I don't want to see this kind of candlestick with no body, almost no body.
Yeah. I think the way that that's cool. I actually just realized something. That's fun. So a candle with no body like that is a reflection of this kind of volume profile also. So like the tiny bit of body that is in that candle is at the weekly open. It's the same thing as this. Like this is a 6-day rolling volume profile, so this is like it's pretty much the whole week. And yeah, the point of control is right here at 29,300. And when the weekly open is smack dab in the middle of this larger term volume profile for me, it becomes a spot like I can't initiate at because it's just a damn mess. People with much bigger pockets than me making much larger decisions than I make.
Interesting question. Will the prop firm going to deny payout if your max position been used every trading, like starts at 10 micros and averaging down to 30 micros? I don't think so, because you can actually average your. I think it should be okay, unless. What is your maximum position allowed? How many micros? Which prop firm?
Yeah, it's going to depend on the prop firm, but I agree with Lumi.
It's evaluation. Why they should reject your payout?
Yeah, they're not going to. Yeah, I will say, you should not do that. Probably. I mean, DCAing into like as described is not a profitable strategy. Not to say that not everyone has done it. Of course we have, but you will eventually need to get rid of that habit. I wouldn't bake that into your trading because it will bite you at some point.
So this either means you have FOMO when you enter the trade, or you have no strategy. Because when you have strategy, you know like exact level where you want to enter your trade, where you want to put your stop loss and your TP. So you want to, and there's amount of contract. So you need to have personal daily loss limit. How much you're willing to lose a day. Don't wait for prop daily loss limit. How much you're willing to lose a day. It can be $300, it can be $500.
Yep.
So, you know, like if you trade just once a day, let's say you see entry, let's say just example, short on NQ, you see your stop loss is 100 points. So you need to adjust contract size to $500 risk. So 100 points, it's around like 2 micros, right? So 2 micros, not more, not less.
Here, this is good. I want to talk about this a little bit. The DCA stuff is important. All right. There's a difference between just buying more to eventually get positive on your entry because you have a hope and a dream that price can come back to save you, and using your position size. So like, and somebody asked me why I'm in this trade. So I'll tell, this is the whole reason. I've been buying this spot because it's gone, because it's reset now, but there was a really large passive bid right here that was absorbing a lot of selling. This is the OR mid. ES was in a good location to bounce. I'm trying to get these gaps to fill, but mostly at this point, I'm just scalping off of bullish order flow because I'm bullish on this part of the day on NQ. I got in here, I got some off, and then I got stopped out. Then I came over here, I bought some, I got stopped out, and then I bought them again. Now I bought 4 at 247, and then I bought 4 more at 241. When I did this, my stop loss that was initially started 15 points from 247, I have it set so that it does not move. So when I added more size, my stop loss stayed in the same place. I've since put it at 227, but this is just using it. It's okay to get in slowly. It's okay to buy more if you're down a little bit, if your idea is still valid, but it is not a good idea long term to just buy more and hope, because the market is not a place for hope. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Also, I will be shocked if they don't come get me at this point. I now hate this trade and I won't take it again. Oh, Sai, I like that it adds it. I like that it keeps my stop loss in check because I do scale in and out, and I don't want a million brackets like that. I want it to keep that stop size. I've found that it keeps me much more honest. Because I've been trading for forever. I still get into my feelings about this stuff too. Like tilt comes for me every day too. I'm not immune. So that's all these risk parameters are here for a reason. They keep us safe because we got to pay the bills. Dude, cheerleading's not cheap. Hockey's not cheap. I can't believe the amount of stuff I had to buy for cheerleading. Can I talk about that for a quick second? Lumi, they got me for a warm-up jacket, warm-up pants, backpack. Backpack?
Why?
I bought I think I bought like 8 items of mandatory clothing for a 6-year-old that's only going to be able to wear these things for like 4 months. And then she's going to be too tall again.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm excited to get some Cheer Dad merch for myself, so that'll be fun.
Okay, some questions about prop firm. What happens if you go beyond prop firm's daily loss limit? Nothing is going to happen. They're going to lock your account until next day. It calls soft violation, I believe, or soft breach.
Soft
something
breach,
like that. If you mess up consistency rule, do you lose the account? Nope. You just need to trade more days to meet consistency rules. That's it. You still long? Let me know. I got out at break even.
Yeah, Young Bleezy. I mean, it's just like selling. It's the same thing. Anything with a 90% win rate is awesome until the 10% wipes you out. That's why that stuff doesn't work long term. Like you can sell an Iron Condor on SPX all summer, and every day you make $50, and then one day you lose $10,000, and then you're toast. So
technically, if you make a huge W and then trade other 5 days, it can be more days. Depends how much you're going to make this other 5 days. You need to calculate how much you need to make to meet consistency rule. Depends.
people struggle with that consistency rule. I don't know why. You just got to it also depends. Just go through the knowledge, Maurice, just look at just read through the knowledge base of whatever account you're using. And if you have a 20% consistency rule and you make $1,000 in a day, you have to now make $5,000 to get a payout because $1,000 is 20% of 5,000. So you can also just reverse the math like that. But yes, I saw happens many such cases.
I have a video about this, about consistency on my YouTube channel. Maybe it helps.
There you go. Hell yeah. Go watch Dash on YouTube.
Yeah, also I have link under this video with consistency rule calculator. It's free calculator, so you can just enter your PNL and see how much you need to make to meet consistency rule.
You got any advice about push-ups on there or anything? Let me tell you, I could use some because I totally hurt I blew my elbow out trying to lift dumbbells on Monday. It's just now normal again. And that's what happens when you're old. You try to exercise, by the way.
Oh yeah. You need to do warm up before doing any exercise with any weights.
Yep.
That's why it hurts sometimes.
Didn't do that.
Yep.
Just went straight to it like an idiot.
By the way, I have same hoodie like you, but pink one. I just
You do?
realized this. Exactly same one.
All right. Well, you must have been part of that when they were giving away merch stuff. I saw
Yes, it was like
AJ
long time
wore.
ago.
AJ did. Yes, it was. AJ's in your Tradeify bounty thing. Your bounty poster is sick, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I think yours is the most badass so far. But I saw AJ was in there, and the reason for his bounty was wearing an Apex hoodie. And I thought, so I was like, all right, I got to throw my Apex hoodie on today. Yeah, Matt, it'd be like that. Dasha, I decided my new exercise is going to be hiking slash something, but carrying a backpack full of weights. So it's better exercise than just walking around. But I think that will be my compromise until
Sounds good.
and then I have to. And I'm going to lower the weight on all the things that I tried on Monday and try again next Monday.
No, guys, I cut my long time ago, so I'm not trades right now. It's kind of tricky here.
Yeah, I can pull up the ES Dom. There ain't much going on, but I mean, we can look at it if you want to. I haven't reset it in forever, so I would say the thin areas are down here at 30. If you look down here all the way at 24, 20, 25, the bottom tick of the day, there is 103 lots on the other side of this. This is not a taper at all. So like, that's sus. I would like to see 10, 4, 20 below that 103, some sort of tail. This just looks like, I don't know. This is what happens to sellers also. They get down here and then they just bail out of nowhere. That's why it's much harder to get sell continuation and much harder to sell into the lows than it is to buy into the highs. But I would say this little zone, 32 to 28, is kind of the liquidity vacuum on the low of the day. And if I bring over the chart itself, it probably is also going to show itself here. Yep. So that's this little spot on the volume profile. So we came down and tested it. Now this looks nice. This looks like dried up activity. So that's a good tail on this current leg, but yeah, I don't like that it just binked off of this. But it did hit the yellow line. And typically I'm done when that happens in the day. I don't know. Was there something you wanted to see? On the Dom? Just tell me. We can look at it.
Okay. I was trying to analyze high time frame on NQ. We entered area where I would like to see huge drop. So between 29,611 and 30,000. I would like to see huge sell off in this area, like 3,000 points over on NQ to aim for back to 27,000 with partial at 27,631, which is monthly open, May open. So let's see if next week will offer something like this. But yeah, I'm looking for deep retracement soon. No, not today, but next week probably.
Man, that would be cool.
Yeah.
I would like, as much as I like to buy the hell out of everything, I would also like much better to see some sort of healthy retracement.
Yeah, it's
So
time for this.
Yeah, I could feel a little more comfortable in all these longs if we had that, because I feel like, I don't know, I'm getting like vertigo up here is the best way to put it.
Someone asked what level you see on ES. I'm not sure if it's going to happen today, but since ES respects in 10 a.m. open for our candle open, I wasn't long twice today on ES. That's only trades I took today. My final target was 74.78 on both trades. 74.78. But yeah, my second try, I completely closed at break even. First try, I closed most position off at current high, at 10 a.m. high. And my earnings stop at break even as well, but I still would like to see 74.78. Yeah.
Okay. Reek Jeff, go ahead. Hung 48. I guess. I mean, I hope good things for you, brother. I would say this is like ES is definitely divided into two quadrants today that is split by the OR mid. I can see maybe what you're trying to be up to there. That it's going to leave all this volume behind. That would be cool. You got to get past this 59. You got to get past the open. Then you can go to the moon. IB high would be a great break. That'd be a great break for you. And Q's
Because
trying
I
to
feel
help.
like, yeah, and Q trying to help, and Q really fighting. Never went to discount, so which means it's only in Q way more bullish compared to ES and ES. But ES respected 10 a.m. open. That's a good signal that we may continue going higher. We'll see. Someone said I'm looking for 74.70. Yeah, sounds good to me as well.
You see what I mean? Jeff, they just keep puking it off of this spot. Like, I don't know. It's very two-way. I'm trying not to get excited. Oh, I'm aware. That's funny. That's funny, bud. Dasha, you ready for the arena next week? What day
Oh,
you trading?
yeah.
You trade with me?
Yeah.
Yes. All right, cool. I got to look at the rules over the weekend. Do you know what they are?
I think it's simple. We're going to trade 25,000 account. We will be able to trade 3 micros on ES, 3 micros on NQ, 2 micros on gold, if I'm mistaken, and an oil, micro gold, and 2 mini contracts on Euro futures. So your drawdown is 25,000. That's pretty much it.
Okay. So I'm going to have to make a gold chart and the Euro future chart. Okay. Okay.
It's Tuesday also, which is good. Finally, it's not on Monday.
Yes, I agree. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Hmm. Production just said something to us and they said no need to react, and I find it very hard to react. That's just something is broken in my brain. That was the first thing I felt like I needed to do was say, okay. I don't know what's wrong with me, Dasha.
You're good, don't worry.
All right, cool. Maybe, Chris. I don't know. Are we in a consolidation phase? Is that what's happening? You don't really know until after you leave the consolidation phase that you've been consolidating. I mean, you can infer that, but yeah, I'm bullish on NQ today. We rejected the that -1. Like this is this spot down here, this blue line I put on here in the morning. We spent almost no time below that thing. And when that happens on a Friday, when the weekly volume is totally set with the exception of Friday, that's a very, very strong signal to me that, like, imagine that it's the same setup that I use on the day. This is not a trend day, but if this had trended up and pulled back to the -1 and continued to go, yeah, that's NQ doing that on the weekly time frame with the most amount of weekly data it can have in it. Even stronger is when that happens on the monthly time frame. So I want to be bullish. There's just a seller up here that's being a jerk. And I think YM is being a jerk too. They're keeping ES down.
I wouldn't mind to see Q to 29,470.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
It was my original plan from the very beginning. When I was planning my trading day, I was like, we should pump first for manipulation higher to technically take London high, 29,470 and 74.87 on ES. That's why I entered long twice today.
I'm just looking for 457. I'll give up those 13 points.
Oh my God. Yeah. I like it as well.
Or if ES fills its gap and NQ doesn't, that's fine too. I'll just get out. Actually, well, also, I'm just going to close this and drive downtown and meet Jim. So if I'm being really honest, this trade's only going to live for another 29 minutes. Freeman, if you want to get the orders to appear on your chart, you just go up to your this little chart looking guy button up here. Just open your data series, and at the bottom, I have two data series on here. One is NQ, one is MNQ. So depending on which ones you want to see, you'll have to select that data series. And then down here, it says plot executions. And I have it on just markers, but you can also have it. I mean, this is highly annoying to me, but you can also have it look like that if you want to see the text of your actual entries and stops. I can't live my life like that, so I just do markers only.
Let me help him. I have posted about this on my Twitter. How to do this.
You got all the info.
Of course.
Of course.
I'm the most helpful person here. Guys, can you see my post right now? Not sure yet. But
yeah, there it is. Yep.
See? I answered every single question about NinjaTrader platform. Just ask me. I can help you.
Yep.
But not about indicators. About everything else. Here, plot executions markets, markers only or text with markers. Can you see chart? It's your chart on NinjaTrader. Find this icon. It's like small charts here or something like this. Click this one. It calls like data series, I guess. Then look all the way down. It calls plot executions. Click this one. It's going to plot like markers like that. Or you can plot with text. It's going to show like how many contracts you entered. Does it help?
Somebody's asking, how can they make 100 points quick? Great question, bud. Great question. If I knew the answer to that, my life would it'd look a little different.
Yeah.
Nazar asks, when do I use the OR mid? Do I use it when it's choppy or balance? So Leo came up with this trade. I take it occasionally. When you want to use it, and not before then, this is extremely important, is when we build volume outside in some way. And it's not to say that it can't work in both directions, and today's a really good example of it. So also keep in mind, we're just scalping. This is the open. We leave the 5-minute OR, so down here below 189, and we built volume outside down here, right? This volume that we built before this retest, I mean, you can maybe, if you want to, I mean, it was a good short, but that's not much volume for me. This is actually a good short for other reasons. We came down here and did not quite run the overnight low. So a short here is a decent target for overnight low. I don't take the short side of these trades because I suck at the short side, but you can see it also works here. It often becomes a pivot on balance days. So what I like to do is take the other side of it. So it came down here, hit it on the other way. So it's just these previous highs are now support is basically all that it's saying. So you just have to manage your expectations with it like any trade. Of course, it's not going to work 100% of the time, but it's a good piece. It's just a good location for some reason. We don't know why, but it's not that I don't take shorts. I just don't take a lot of them because I'm not very good at it. And I found out that I make more money when I do things that I'm good at as opposed to things that I'm not very good at. Here's a Lumi question. Lumi, do you know an easier way to use playback market data rather than having to download one day at a time?
I don't think, to be honest, I know like any other options because I was downloading. Yeah. Lots of people
thanks,
prefer to
Tracy.
short because naturally it's easier for market to drop than going higher. It's faster. That's why people love shorts more. Probably I love shorts more as well. And back 2024, it was really hard for me to find longs. And I found nice option on TradingView where you can invert your chart.
Yes, that's true.
It was helpful.
I did. I mean, I visually invert stuff when it is because I'm so used to visualizing a trend up day. I do try to invert that for trend down days just to keep me out of trouble.
And you still bullish. Just need to see some momentum because just stuck inside consolidation since 10. I don't like equal highs at in Q, so technically we should break above 400 soon. Let me do trade ICT concepts. Yes, I do.
I could have answered that one.
But you know everything about me. You could say yes, she trades ICT concepts.
Yeah, Bleezy, I can do that. I'm gonna try to make a pull stack video over the weekend. But like we can look at it on ES if you want to. All right. So this column here is the bid pull stack. This column here is the ask pull stack. And what we're doing right now is I just reset this, but we're building, this is an auction here. We see less activity at the bottom, more activity at the top. So this feels like the bullish funnel. I don't know. I came up with that the other day. I think it's a very stupid analogy, but I might have to be stuck with it. What you want to see, what I look for is not actual orders being pulled or stacked on like the whole time. I look at this with a bias, right? I have zoomed out to the whole day and I have a bias. And then I've zoomed in to whatever auction we're in now. And so now I'm trying to execute within this auction. So if I'm bullish, this is just an example, and we're just going to take this little auction here. For example, that's it, just an example. What I want to see is I want to see price being defended here at the bottom where this little number 3 is, and there's not a lot of interest down here. I don't want to see the ask being stacked down here and crossing. And alternatively, once we get to the top of this range, and when we start to push into these higher prices, I want to see the bid stack on top of new prices that they clear. So what you'll see when the white box goes over to the ask side, the offer side, you'll see either this number pulls off or they add more to it. When these two numbers are just pulling off, this is more neutral. Maybe we'll be able to see something here in a second. Probably not, because why would the market give me a actionable example of the thing I'm trying to describe? But so, did you see what happened just there? It was very fast, but we got up to 54.50. It was a lot of pull off, but this number on this side turned into a white number and they pulled. So they're not willing to continue to stack bids here and push past this high yet. When they push past this high, they'll create a low volume node here, and then they'll start to auction above if this is going to be price discovery to the upside. So that's what I look at for pulling and stacking. There's less to infer from, like, you see these numbers pulling off up here. Don't start reading into that like that means anything, because that'll get you in trouble chasing prices that you think people are exiting because they know something you don't know. Just use it at the edges. Get used to what those little patterns look like would be my advice.
Interesting market. I don't like current weekly candle.
No problem, homie. Second Masks wants me to share the indicator for plotting key levels. What levels do you mean? I have some OFL indicators that show me all the MGI stuff, like overnight low, overnight high. Is that what you mean? That's an OFL indicator. I don't reset the DOM often. I don't reset the bid and ask super often, especially this time of day. Unless it's really getting muddy and I'm trying to look at a new leg. You can see we came down here to that 51 spot again, no interest. Now we're pushing at the high. You can see if we get somebody to stack up here and go get these dudes. So you see this white number that keeps flashing here? They're getting up there and they're pulling them. They're getting up there and they're pulling them. So you need this number to stay blue, get bigger, and push, cross through all this stuff, and then they need to back up the move they just made. Until then, this is just an auction, a very tiny one. Price is too expensive. Price is too cheap. Price is fair.
SPX looks so confusing now. On SPX, definitely left room to go higher. And it left sell side liquidity lower, but I do like 25% of RTH gap. Since it's over than 100 points RTH gap, price tends to retrace to 25% of gap a lot, according to my back tests and forward tests. So today we it was trying to hit this level. That's why I entered long this morning at 10 a.m., but failed by a couple of points, like 5 points or so. So that's why I still believe in longs. I still believe we have room to go higher. We went to discount, so price technically created failure swing, higher low, and created shift in structure right after this on SPX. Would like to see some continuation higher to take on SPX, 74.50. And so nice 80 at 74.44 as well, but I would like to see 74.50. Because normally after 25% price tends to retrace lower back to the range. And since it's Friday, we can get this last push higher, please, and retrace back to the range.
Yeah, huge gap down.
And no way we're not going to test something there.
Yeah. I have the same mindset. We're not moving fast enough. We're not selling. We're not aggressively doing anything to the downside right now. We're grinding through somebody right now. It could take all day. But I would be really surprised if we didn't. It's doing it. All right. So we made the push. You see how they stacked past this 55? They're stacking now. So this was the top of that previous range. Here at 55.75, we see 2 lots traded on the bid, 26 traded at the ask, and now we're building more volume higher, and the bid is stacking up here. So for the brief, tiny moment, this was an aggressive move. Now you want to see, like, does that hold up? Like, you still have to continue to analyze this. And this has to be a point of interest for you to begin with if you want to initiate with it. But you can now see the activity at 55.75. They build a little volume higher, pulled back into the old auction. That's what you're looking at. It's just information. It's not a magic trick. No, Yoda, I don't do any compression on the DOM. Yeah, Robert, you can put it on. You can put it on your DOM. If you watch my video of how to set up the DOM, like how I set it up, then it's there. This is so much buying up here too.
Come on. Thank you. Yes, do something.
They'll do it when we're off the stream. You know how this works. They're not going to give it to us right now. That would be cheating. Could a move to the downside be much stronger now if aggressive buyers now get taken out, assuming they have all set to close positions? Yeah, I mean, no. Maybe. Nothing's gonna. I mean, no. I don't think it would be super fast. This is a lot of. If you're just looking at NQ for that idea, like, this is a lot of buying being met by a lot of passive selling. That's what all this blue team mess is up here, right? So if those folks stop buying and begin to exit their positions, and a seller steps in at the same time, that will change the context of this auction. It will become sell dominant as, market orders for stops, market orders for initiating positions, they accomplish the same thing. They hit the bid and they move price down if there's more If there's less bid liquidity than there is market bid orders, right? So it will move price down, but then you have to look left though. There's going to be like all these dudes. You got all this stuff, and the way that is reflected is on this big volume node. So it's not going to move. It's not going to wipe through this unless all of a sudden liquidity goes nowhere and something happens like a news candle, which is possible. But if this is just going to be the same liquidity style auction that it's been the whole way, it will work its way to the other side of balance. It's very difficult for price to teleport through high volume nodes like this. It is easier for price to quickly snap through low volume nodes. Single print is rising. This guy. There's a very weird spam going on in the chat. I don't know what they're up to yet. Just know I see you and I'm confused by what you're up to. You've drawn my attention. Thank you.
Trying to analyze euro futures as well. I like weekly candle here. I think like next week we should get more continuation to downside on euro futures. If you go on weekly chart, you will see a nice sequence of up close candles here. So I do like to see a test of this black line, so which will offer potential change in the state of delivery. So yeah, looking for it's actually nice to analyze this before Adina.
Yeah.
So I
was just looking at
like
that too. I gotta
lower.
That's how JCat beat me last time, is I did not know how to trade 6E and I didn't touch it.
It's quite slow, in my opinion. But yeah, too many contracts sounds like a lot, but in reality, it's like 2 micros on the ES.
Okay.
So it's nothing. So I would like to see some more to downside next week. Nice support here that turned into resistance. So we definitely can get some retracement to upside first to continue going lower. Yeah, I like continuation lower on euro futures next week. I think so. Nice test of the support level. Resistance now. What else I can see here?
I'm a little excited. I haven't built a new chart book in a while. It's fun. It's like you get the Lincoln logs out for the first time and you're like, okay, we got to start completely fresh. Brand new house. You guys mess with Lincoln logs or just Legos?
Legos, nothing else.
Just Legos, all right.
Yeah, I keep buying this. Did you see Kostka sells like some soccer players like Messi? I bought some.
Oh, sick. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. I gotta start watching soccer. Actually, my kid's friends all talk to her about soccer, and she's like,
"I don't like soccer. I don't understand."
Me neither.
I don't understand the sport, like seriously. But my son is fun. He wants to play soccer. I don't know.
Shap Cap, I don't know, homie. I don't know if we're getting 420 guy today.
So I do like tennis. It's actually a nice one. I love this. But my kid said like, who cares what you love? We're not going to do this. It's called football, yeah. In normal country, it calls football.
Well, this is America, damn it. It's called soccer. We have a different football. And our king is Tom Brady. I'm just kidding. No, he's not.
Because like football. But in America, football, you don't play with your legs, with your foot.
That's true.
When you play football. Like, where's the logic? Please help me with this.
The logic is that there is no logic. That's how you know it's American. That's how you know.
Yeah.
Here you go. Asking for the ES Dom again. All right, cool. So this was a pretty busy time up here at that 54.25. This is now the opposite of a bullish funnel up there. That's a bearish funnel. So when you got the ledge like that and price continues lower quickly, and that thing points down like that, that's not great. Just in the short term, just in the terms of this one auction, this is a tail at the top, big liquidity at the bottom. That's bearish. Yeah, gross. They're selling the crap out of this now. Rude. This sucks. Fair enough. Fair enough, 46. Nice flight here. I don't hate it.
Yeah, this is classic Friday price action. Not worth it. I gave it, say, 2 tries. Then I was like, enough.
Yep.
I made some money today. Happy with this. Enough for me.
NSM, how do I adjust my stop on absorption reads based on the current volatility? I don't really go. My stop loss is just 15 points, and then I'll tighten it up or loosen it. I don't really go above 20 or below 10. And then I'm just kind of, I guess I could even tighten that up. Could be right here. And then I just kind of like try to find a spot to be that I'll be wrong.
Classic account blowing price action. Classic one.
Blowing accounts on a Friday, not great for the soul. No need to walk into the weekend feeling like a pile of garbage.
Exactly.
You can feel good and start again on Monday.
Looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good, Lewis.
That's sick. Awesome. Reuter, I use 4 points on ES. Oh, but I'll tighten that up also sometimes. Like if I get in, I'll quickly move that to 2 points. If I get a lot off for 1R, I'll move it to 2. And then just wait. Yeah, it's much easier to get back in. I think ES rewards a tight stop more than NQ does. NQ will make your life a nightmare running a really tight stop unless you're XY. At least for me. Sorry, James. Write this on a post-it note. Don't blow accounts on Fridays and stick it to your computer monitor. And then you can say, I've told you every Friday not to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Jeff. Sorry, Reek Jeff. You didn't get it. They're gonna do this at like, they're gonna go fill that thing at like 3:30 or something today. Those are the vibes I have.
So I still don't see shorts, at least for now. I do believe SPX left room to go higher. If not today, then on Monday. I mean, everything can happen. We can retrace back to the range, like discount range, around like 74.20, 74.19 today again. I will be just okay with this. I just don't want to trade this. It's consolidation, which not worth it. Nothing is going on right now. Leaving lots of liquidity lower and higher on NQ. Also don't like it. So, guys, I would try to enjoy my day, touch some grass, snow, water, sand, everything.
Not snow. We're done talking about snow for forever.
Something. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Drunk Radish. Have a good weekend, brother. I'll see you tomorrow. Think so? Pretty sure.
Yeah, going to disconnect my accounts. I truly believe on Friday, if you did not get any trades before 11 a.m., after this, don't even try.
Yeah, you really need. Yeah. Yeah. I think I would generally agree with that.
Most of my stupid trades that I took on Friday were after 11. Not most, all of them.
Yeah, and then you're sitting there and it's just like, oh man, it's turning into the afternoon on a Friday. The whole point of being a trader is so like you can go like exist in the universe on Friday afternoon. You know? You don't have to be in front of a computer of 3 computer screens.
Trading all-time highs like really hard for me. I'm looking for shorts every single day. And knowing myself, I want to press button so bad, but I understand market is bullish. I just trying to stay away. This week I took 4 trades, 2 break-evens, 2 Ws, which is not bad. But it was hard for me, emotionally hard.
Yeah.
So guys, yeah. If you see like you're not super confident with your bias, just size down. Don't think about how much you're going to make. Don't think about quality of your setup, of your model, and engage in this trade. If you're not super confident, once again, you understand. You see model here, it's your setup, but you're definitely going to trade against your bias. Not your bias, overall trend on high time frame. Just size down. Yeah.
And that's why Dasha is good. Because you know, like you are extremely self-aware and you know what you have to do to combat that part of yourself that works against you, and then you actually do the thing. So you have to be both. You have to be self-aware, and then you have to actually follow through on the commitment to yourself not to be the worst version of yourself, because it's very fast to turn into that person when you're clicking buttons. Oh, it's time for us to go.
Yeah, guys, wish you perfect
lovely
weekend.
to hang out with you, Dasha, again, as always.
Yeah, I love it.
Happy Friday. We have a clip from Jim. I don't have to say the goodbye thing, so you get to hear it from the man himself. And then we'll send some pictures from the ball game. Thanks for everything, Chad. I'll see you Monday.
Bye, guys.
What's happening?
What was that?